Clerk Reid, can you call the roll, please?
Alderman Sufferton?
Here.
Alderman Ravel?
Here.
Alderman Rainey? Here we go. Alderman Rainey, Alderman Fleming,
Here. Here.
Alderman Fisk,
Here.
Alderman Braithwaite, Alderman Wynn,
I'm here.
Alderman Wilson,
Here.
Alderman Ruthven.
Here.
I'm sorry, is Alderman Braithwaite? I didn't get him. He's on the call.
I thought I heard him.
Yeah.
He is here. All right. Thank you, Clerk Reid, and welcome everybody to the Monday, June 22nd, 2020 Evanston City Council meeting. We do have all of our.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules. Okay.
I know.
So I'd like to move to suspend the rules to allow us to conduct the meeting by Zoom teleconference in conformance with the governor's prior executive orders.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, per the governor's new rules that came out 2 weeks ago, we need to do a roll call vote on everything. So, City Clerk, you take the roll, please.
Rainey, Alderman Fleming,
Here.
Alderman Fisk,
This is an aye. This is an aye or no vote, guys.
Aye.
I'm sorry, there's some audio playing and I'm not,
I'm here.
Alderman Wilson,
Here.
Alderman Ruthven.
Here.
I think someone is Alderman Braithwaite. I didn't get him. He's on the call.
I didn't hear you call my name, but yes.
I'm here.
Apologize.
My name is Paul.
It was playing in my background there. Alderman Sufferton.
Here. Yes.
Ravel.
Aye. Yes.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Wynn.
Aye.
And Alderman Wilson. And Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
No, thank you, Clerk. So by unanimous consent, this meeting will be a virtual meeting because of the coronavirus pandemic that's going on. So welcome everybody to the June 22nd City Council meeting. Just a couple of announcements up front. First, I hope everybody, I know we have several dads here on the Evanston City Council that had a good Father's Day this weekend. And I hope everybody had a wonderful time celebrating Juneteenth. We had our first virtual parade. It was supposed to be a physical parade, but because of the pandemic, we weren't able to do that. But Kimon Hendricks and her group, Present in Future, did an amazing job of putting on a virtual parade. And we look forward to the continuation of that next year. The pandemic is still going on. Real quick update on where we stand here in Evanston on that. We have seen a significant decline of the new confirmed COVID-19 cases in Evanston. We've had an average of only 2 cases per day over the last 7 days. So that's our 7-day moving average. That's really positive news. Our positivity rate is at 2%, meaning all the people that are getting tested, only 2% of them are testing positive. Testing remains steady as well, so it's not like we've seen a decrease in the number of people being tested. We've had over 8,000 residents in Evanston tested for COVID-19, including 75 at this week's first Evanston community testing event. That was at James Park, and that was in partnership with Amita Health St. Francis. So we appreciate them working with the city to make more testing available. The effective reproductive rate, which is how many people does one infected person or positive person infect, that is less than 1%, and that is really positive news. So someone that's infected is only going to infect really less than one person here in Evanston. Our cases per 10,000 residents continues to be holding steady at 102 residents per 10,000. So that's lower than Chicago and our neighbor to the west, Skokie. Altogether, as of today, we have 772 confirmed cases, sadly 68 fatalities. Our fatality rate, which is 8%, continues to be high relative to Skokie and in Chicago, which are at 4 and 5%, due in part to the fact that we have 11 long-term or licensed long-term care facilities here in Evanston with little less than 1,400 beds, which is significantly more than some of our nearby communities. I do hope that the fatalities are a reminder to all of us that we need to remain vigilant in our efforts to stem the spread. I can't stress this enough. We are absolutely susceptible to a second wave, as it happened back in 1918. This means we must continue to wear face coverings, practice physical distancing, stay at home when we're sick, and frequently and thoroughly wash our hands. This will even be more important if the metrics hold and we move into phase 4 come Friday this week. And so just I want you to keep that in mind. Our fatality rate has been high. We are doing a really good job as a community to continue to do that to protect those that are most vulnerable to this. So that's where we are on COVID-19. The alderman and I have been getting lots of emails from folks that are rightly concerned about racial injustice, racial equity, policing in America. On tonight's agenda, we are going to get an update on reparations and the work that the committee has been doing there. We're also going to get an update on our racial equity framework by Kimberly Richardson, who's been working on that. And the council tonight is also going to discuss the appointments for the Citizen Police Review Commission, which is an important part of our complaint process with policing. The city has been adding to the frequently asked questions that folks are emailing their aldermen and others in the city. I just want to remind everyone where you can find those, and we'll continue to add to those as questions come in, and that is at cityofelvanston.org/police FAQ for frequently asked questions. Police FAQ, and you'll find a list of questions. I think the city staff has done a good job organizing that. Additionally, I will be hosting a question and answer and discussion series on policing in Evanston starting in early July. We're going to cover topics such as the Evanston Police Department budget. A lot of people have been asking us to take a close look at that budget, to consider defunding that budget, investing that money elsewhere. As everyone here knows, and people that follow City Council, we also have a significant budget shortfall in and of itself because of the pandemic. So we're going to be taking a close look at all the budgets of all the different departments here in Evanston. But it also, the series will also focus on use of force and body cameras here in Evanston, the complaint process, the training process of our police, the collaboration and how Northwestern University Police and Evanston Police Department work together, as well as other topics that come to us from the public or other groups that we're working with. So that will be kicking off soon. And just a reminder to everyone, the Evanston City Council has committed to do a review of police operations, including our budget, the functions, the priorities of the police. And I believe under city manager announcements, our acting city manager will talk about one of our upcoming meetings that she would like to focus really focus the meeting on policing. So that just gives everyone an update. I'm now going to turn to the city manager for her announcements. Erica, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several announcements tonight. I'm going to start with virtual 4th of July celebrations. So Bruce Bromberger is here to talk about what the volunteer 4th of July group has put together for Evanstonians to help celebrate 4th of July this year. Despite the fact that we won't be having our traditional celebrations, there's a lot planned, and I'm very grateful and appreciative that they've taken it upon themselves to put together these activities for the community. And I will hand it over to Bruce right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're actually going to lead off with Tracy Alden. Yes, thank you, Bruce and Erica. Good evening. I'm Tracy Alden, president of the Evanston 4th of July Association. I'm pleased that we have this opportunity to update you about the plans for the 4th. Back in January, we started planning for a traditional celebration, our 99th year, by selecting our theme, Community United Cannot Be Divided, long before the pandemic and current social and racial justice concerns. In April, we proactively canceled our traditional celebration, contributed the funds normally allocated for paid parade entries to the Evanston Community Foundation's Rapid Response Fund, and started planning for a virtual celebration. Bruce Baumberger, trustee emeritus and director of our virtual celebration, will tell you about the plans.
Thanks, Tracy. Just as we normally have playground sports in the morning, parade in the afternoon, and concert with fireworks in the evening, we are planning virtual versions of those events. The morning event will provide some history of the association, a prelude to start the community thinking about our centennial next year, then a discussion of our community-wide playground sports, followed by an overview of how we organize and administer the parade. Our virtual parade will feature highlights of our 2018 parade, celebrity greetings, and video contributions from various community groups. Our evening event will include announcements of contest prize winners, a concert featuring music from our traditional concert band, and fireworks from past years. The graphic you're viewing is the front of a postcard that is to be delivered this week to all households in Evanston and Evanston-Skokie, a total of 35,000 households. All three of the events will be live streamed on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and broadcast on WCGO Radio, our local radio station, an outstanding local business that has a talented staff and all the equipment needed to connect us to the world. We encourage you to tell your friends and family anywhere in the world that we hope they can join us for our virtual celebration. If our streaming experience goes well this year, it may become a tradition to provide broad access to our 4th of July celebration. Please help us spread the word about what's planned for the 4th. As you see on your screen, we have complete celebration information on our website, evanston4th.org, including a convenient online donation option. We're actively posting information on social media platforms too. We're very excited to announce the creation of a new theme banner to complement our flag banners that were introduced along the parade route a few years ago. Our city liaison team, headed by Kimberly Richardson, was very helpful in identifying several locations throughout the community where these banners will be installed during the next several days. In fact, the theme banner is being delivered by UPS tomorrow midday, so we hope to see them up on the street very quickly this week. Thanks for the opportunity to update you about our plans for the 4th. We'll be happy to take questions now, or you may ask via email at bomberger@outlook.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce and Tracy. Very much appreciated. If there's no questions about that, we'll move on to the next. I'm going to switch it up a little bit. Since we're talking about the 4th of July, the Chief Cook is here to talk a little bit about fireworks and why they're not allowed and what the police department is trying to proactively do to mitigate them, as they have started much earlier this year than we're used to. And then he's going to announce some promotions in the police department. So,
Erica, I'm sorry, Erica, can I just say, a lot of people don't realize this, and they think that the city puts on the fireworks every year and everything. And I just want to give a big shout out to the 4th of July Association and Bruce and Tracy, and there's a whole group of Dick Peets and all the whole group of people that are really involved. It's really a community-driven effort. And it's sad for all of us that we're not going to have it this year, but they're making the best of it with this virtual event and everything that Bruce just went over. So thank you, Tracy and Bruce and everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
all right, Chief Cook, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mayor, Alderman, City Manager Storley. As we all know, the fireworks have really been a problem since the beginning of May. just about. I think it's more than what we had last year. Year to date, we've had 168 calls for fireworks. And we had 142 of those 168 calls since June 1st. Over the weekend, from June 19th through the 22nd, we had 78 calls for service. And please keep in mind that those are only the calls where people actually felt annoyed enough to pick up the phone and call in. We started proactively looking at fireworks because we knew they were a problem last year. And we figured they would be a bigger problem this year. And one of the reasons being is that there's no fireworks celebration in town this year. So more people, I think, are taking it upon themselves to get involved with fireworks. Now, fireworks are illegal in the city of Evanston. I'll give you the title. Under Evanston City Code, Title 4, Chapter 4, Section 442A, 5602.1, and it says possession, manufacture, storage, sales, handling, and use of fireworks and explosives are prohibited, except which are approved by the fire officials. Fireworks can be very dangerous. The utilization of fireworks in neighborhoods can be very dangerous, especially with the rockets. You know, they can go up, sparkles get on people's roofs. If it's dry, those roofs will smolder and catch on fire hours later. So it's a big problem. What we need is for the public to help us. They'll call and give us the location, but nobody wants to get involved. Last week, I heard one resident state that she had enough and she wanted to file a complaint on her neighbor for fireworks. So it's a big problem. What we have been doing is all the patrol operations are currently responding to fireworks, and we're utilizing the tactical team to target areas where we know they've been high usage of fireworks. That's in the 8th Ward and in the 5th Ward where we've had the most firework calls, I believe. So it's a situation that is going to continue. They everywhere. There's an article in the paper today where they were talking about fireworks are everywhere. They're on the south side. I was out south this weekend. So we're going to have a team effort with our community partners and also people being willing to step up and point out the fireworks. They're dangerous. They could be dangerous around little children. These rockets that they shooting can stray off in any direction. So it's imperative that we work as a team to try to make our city safer. Anybody have any questions on that?
Hey, Chief, I don't know if you know this or Erica, have we had incidents in the past where people have gotten seriously hurt here in Evanston with sort of homemade fireworks? Alderman Rainey may have something too. Her hands up.
Yeah, I don't recall any in the recent past, Mayor, but, you know, the explosives that they're utilizing today, some of these explosives, we have to call the bomb squad in to get them out of our station. We don't even want to keep them in our police station. You know, they got half a sticks of dynamite. You know, people think that these are something to play with in the neighborhood. Just the other day, it was a large explosion over here around where I stay at Simpson and Durham, and everybody's car alarm went off. So it has that percussion that is dangerous. It's really going to be dangerous for the little children out there, and I don't want someone to end up losing a finger, or an eye, or some of that nature.
Thank you, Chief. Alderman Rainey?
Well, Alderman Simmons and I were talking today, and if fireworks are illegal in Evanston, and I don't know, maybe in the entire state of Illinois, the post office is delivering mail asking us to, you know, from various vendors, asking us to buy them. So why are we allowing the mail to be sent to our house to purchase fireworks that are illegal? Can we stop that mail?
Well, we can certainly talk with the postmaster here in Evanston and see what we can do about that.
Anyway, and in addition to not, nobody getting hurt, that's just good luck. People are saying, their dogs won't go out. They can't sleep. So there are repercussions from fireworks, short of somebody losing an arm.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. I'm with you on it. It's just that there's so many. It's so pervasive, and we got to all work together. That's the only way I think we can solve this, is if people willing to stand up and point it out. By the time the police officer gets there, a lot of time, there's no one around. So we are diligent about looking into where these fireworks are coming from. We got our special operations group and all of the different officers in patrol responding to these, but it's a problem everywhere, and I'm dealing with it also.
Chief, can you tell us what is the response when you get on scene and you do find someone? Because I've had neighbors that have wanted to call, but because of over-policing and the concern of a police call going bad, they don't want their neighbor to get hurt. So can you let us know what type of it? It's a ticket, if you just confiscate it, what's that like?
Yes, it's a ticket and confiscation of the illegal fireworks. The police officers are aware of what we're dealing with as far as public sentiment. And we're hoping that, we got enough social capital in this town and relationships where people understand that we're just out here trying to do a job. A majority of the homeowners in the Fifth Ward know that this is a problem, and I don't think we'll have much of an issue with our neighbors. It's just the people that are conducting these firework displays tend to be of the element that may dislike the police, but we are aware of that, and we're taking every precaution we can to make it a decent interaction between whoever has the fireworks and the police officer.
And then as for the solicitations that we're receiving, those that aren't using the post office, that are just stuffing our mailboxes, I know that there is an ordinance against that. Can we pursue them with some kind of action, the businesses that are stuffing mail? I've received at my home an advertisement for bulk order fireworks. Is there something that we can enforce there?
Well, I can talk with the postmaster. That's a federal issue. We can go right here in town, talk to the postmaster, and see what direction they point us into. It may have our ATF or some federal agency to get involved.
Okay, and have we sent out in our newsletter publication just the restrictions against it, the consequences, both in fire safety and otherwise? Has that gone out? And can we continue rolling that out?
Yes, that's we did that last week. That's on our website. And we also had an article in the Evanston Now about the fireworks, and how dangerous they are, and that they are illegal.
Okay. Can we take it a step further and give our summer youth job workers, maybe flyers or outreach team, more of a campaign just to spread it around like we would do other, like, the census or whatever? Because it's really bad. It seems to be worse this year than in previous years.
Yeah, we can do that. That'll be some coordination with the recreation department. I believe they have the most summer youth that are doing work outside in the communities.
Okay.
So we'll work on getting a flyer where they can flyer the neighborhoods that we know have the most fireworks displays.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, and then the second and definitely not the least, I would like to introduce Melissa DeCludy. She's a police commander, soon to be deputy chief of the Evanston Police Department, and Commander Jody Wright, who's also been promoted to deputy chief. Both have great credentials and will do outstanding work here in the city of Evanston. And, it's my hope that the people that we have in these positions can move up in the future to be the chief of police. That is my goal, is to have them ready to apply for the chief of police job whenever it comes available. So right now, I'd like to ask Commander Secludi if she would like to say a few words. Commander Secludi, you on there?
Hi. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry. I just had a power outage, but I'm on the phone now.
All right. You want to say a few words, Commander? What maybe some goals, personal goals you have set for yourself, and maybe a short synopsis of what you do?
Sure. Thank you. So right now I'm working in patrol operations. I've been there for the past year, and with this promotion, I'll be running field operations, which will include the patrol division, the traffic unit, and community strategies. And I first want to thank Chief Cook for this promotion. I'm very, very humbled by this. I'm excited to start in this new position. I'm looking forward to it. I think we all know that law enforcement needs to change. We need to change, and I do believe that we can do better. We will do better. And I look forward to working with all of you. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes, and Commander Secludi also brings a wealth of knowledge. She is one of the instructors over at Northwestern University Center for Public Safety. So that's going to be a plus for her moving up in this position. And I want to thank you and congratulate you on your recent promotion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sure. And next we have Commander Jody Wright. Commander, are you on air?
I am.
Okay. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So just want to start by thanking the Chief Cook, and then also the City Manager Storley. I am definitely honored to be selected this position. I think when we look at the leadership talent at the command level within the Evanston Police Department, any one of us could have been selected, and the fact that I was one of the appointees, I'm definitely honored. I'm being appointed to the position of Deputy Chief in Support Services, where I'll oversee a lot of the administrative duties within the police department. One of my new assignments to this position is also working with the mayor and some city staff on some key community issues regarding police oversight. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that's an issue that's important to the community. I bring a background of experience growing up in a neighborhood where policing wasn't well received as well. So I can't wait to have some input and also navigate the department in a direction that the community wants to see. I'm excited. Can't wait to get started. Can't wait to get started with working with members of city staff as well. And as always, with every position that I held, I'm going to do my best to represent the department, the city, in a way that exceeds expectations from both myself as well as expectations of the community.
And I'd like to say before we get off of here that I have 100% confidence in both of these people. These people bring a wealth of knowledge and talent and problem-solving skills. They're both community-based, and that's going to enhance what we do at the Evanston Police Department as we navigate through reform. I am a reformer, and I believe in reform. So I think we got a great team with Deputy Chief Barnes, Deputy Chief Wright, and Deputy Chief Secludi. We're going to make some great moves. And I appreciate the city manager for allowing this to happen.
Thank you, Chief, and congratulations, Commander Reid and Commander Secludi. I look forward to working with you in your new roles.
Yay.
Thank you.
All right, we have one last announcement from Luke Stowe. Luke has been heading up the recovery team with Laura Biggs, and he's going to give an update on what we can look forward to in phase 4 and how we're progressing through the recovery.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Clerk. My name is Luke Stowe, Interim Director of Administrative Services. As the City Manager indicated, Laura Biggs and I have been leading the recovery efforts along with support from Kimberly Richardson, who is serving as the Section Chief in the EOC for recovery. One of the key things, and the Mayor alluded to this earlier, that we are hitting all 6 metrics, the state of Illinois, including the Northeast region where Evanston is, to move forward in phase 4 this Friday, June 26th. The state departments, Illinois Department of Public Health and the DCEO departments just released the guidelines this morning, about 8 hours ago. So we're still digesting and reviewing all of the phase 4 guidelines, which added more specifics to some of the areas that we've been planning for. Fortunately, we were planning all along and working with departments like Parks and Rec to, even if we did not move into phase 4 on schedule on June 26th, we were configuring our program so that it would be both phase 3 and phase 4 compatible. So some of the key changes for phase 4 includes the gathering limit size moves from 10 to 50 people, so pretty significant difference there. Additional outdoor activities are permitted, limited indoor dining up to 25% capacity for restaurants, as well as schools, daycare, and day camps are permitted to operate with some restrictions. It appears, according to the guidelines, and we're still digesting them as they were just released about 8 hours ago, that outdoor swimming and other activities like basketball will be available with obviously precautions. And I do want to stress what the Mayor was saying earlier. We are all excited to move forward into phase 4, but we need to continue to do so safely with appropriate distancing and use of masks. I just wanted to briefly touch on the community needs assessments that we've been sharing. We have 2 different versions. We have individual needs assessment and also organization needs assessment. We have about 900 responses so far from our individual survey, and we've got a couple of dozen from the organization. Those surveys can be found at cityofelvanston.org/recovery. We do have a Spanish version for the individual survey. People are also able to call 301, and we're also making paper copies available. And we're working with local nonprofits and other organizations to share this widely. The surveys are mobile friendly, and they only take about 5 minutes to complete. I wanted to share just a couple high level results so far. The surveys, by the way, are going to remain open through the end of June, but I did want to share some of the initial results that we've seen so far. From an organizational standpoint, the following areas are some of the greatest need that the organizations that we've surveyed have identified. Loss of income, unemployment assistance, access to PPE, mental health services, rental assistance, access to food, school resource, and education. Also, some of the greatest concerns that the organizations face for themselves include rental assistance, fundraising, and PPE. I did want to mention that Roger Sosa, the Evanston Chamber of Commerce, has kindly offered to serve as the point person and bulk buyer for the city of Evanston, including nonprofits, schools, restaurants, and local businesses. So anyone who's interested in securing PPE at really good pricing, Roger is our point person for that, and we appreciate Roger's efforts on that. Also wanted to mention some of the individual responses. People are very concerned about the overall safety of the community during the pandemic. They're concerned about members of their household becoming infected by COVID-19. They're concerned about the emotional health of their household and the economic impact on their household. Respondents with school-age children are particularly concerned about e-learning and childcare. And there is also a general concern about access to food, household supplies, and medication. I think there's different angles to that, including seniors who may not be able to leave their home and getting supplies delivered to them. So I just want to reiterate the surveys are available, cityofelvanston.org/recovery. And I wanted to share that we've been working really closely with all of our city departments to ensure that staff has the resources that they need, whether they're working in person at city facilities and have access to the appropriate PPE. We've been doing that all along. And also, if they're going to continue to work remotely, that they have all the proper equipment, technology, and so forth to continue to do the work that they need to do from home. And as we begin to reopen various city facilities, we're ensuring that we're doing so safely and following all the proper OSHA and CDC and Illinois Department of Public Health guidelines. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
All right, doesn't seem to be any. Thank you very much, Luke. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes my announcements.
All right. Thank you, Interim City Manager. How about City Clerk? Do you have any announcements tonight?
Yes, two quick announcements. I want to let folks in Evanston know that mail-in ballot applications are now available. So you can get those from the Cook County Clerk's website. So Cook County Clerk, if you Google Cook County Clerk vote by mail, what you will need to apply for the application is your driver's license or state ID number, the last 4 digits of your social security number, the address where you would like your ballot mailed, and of course an email address, and you can apply online. The link is available on the clerk's website as well. There is some, we do have to update the page for the November election, and that will be done soon. But nonetheless, the link on our page works as well. So that's the first update. And then secondly is last week, the clerk's office held a policing event that was well attended, and we had a very great discussion on policing and race here in Evanston. We had a number of panelists. A professor at Northwestern, there's an African American Studies postdoctoral fellow at Northwestern, an activist, a local activist from our community that was recommended by the Evanston Fight for Black Lives group, as well as Mayor Pawar, and of course our very own Chief Cook. And I just want to thank all of our panelists for joining in that event. We hope that members of the community and the council get an opportunity to listen in on the discussion a bit. I think it helps provide some clarity as to the defund police movement, as well as some there were some interesting things that were raised about policing here in Evanston. A couple of things that we still do that other communities are phasing out, such as no-knock warrants. There's some controversy about force science training that was brought up during the discussion of warrior training, as it's commonly known. And so I think those are some things for the community to look into, the council to look into. The event was interrupted by a number of folks who hijacked it with racial epithets and some racism, but it's unfortunate that still happens today. But I think a number of us, especially the African American members of the council, have dealt with this in the past, and it's unfortunately not new, and it's still here. And it's a reminder that those of us in power, that hold these seats of influence, use that to end structural and systemic racism. So, thank you. That's my report for today.
Thank you, Clerk Reid. All right, we're going to move now to public comment. We set aside 45 minutes for public comment. We take the number of folks that have signed up, divided by 45 minutes. And so today we have 17 folks that have signed up. Luke, I know you help with the sign up and everything. I have Dylan Johnson as the last speaker. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. All right. So we have 17. So we do the math real quickly, and we're going to set it at each speaker can have up to 2 minutes and 35 seconds this evening for your public comment. And I'll keep track of that. You'll hear our little bell go off if you hit it, and then we need to move on to the next speaker. So this evening, our first speaker is going to be Mike Vasilko, and then we have Jim Farley, and then Rob Mark. So welcome, Mike.
Thank you. First, thank you also for providing more details on the COVID-19 and long-term care facilities. It's the first time I've heard a little bit more detail, and I appreciate that. The city manager ordinance 18020 should be held until citizens have a chance to participate in the selection process at some upcoming meetings. The city manager should not have an indefinite term. The city manager should not have, or I should say the city council should not require a supermajority to remove a city manager, and the city manager should be or should become an Evanston resident. Regarding the police department, I've read some aldermen already kind of jumping on the bandwagon to support defunding and dismantling the Evanston Police Department. I'm sure there's room for some improvement. I'm sure there's some EPD funding that could be spent more efficiently. I'm also sure EPD funding might generate, if it's more efficient, it's possible there could be some savings. But I don't support defunding or dismantling the police department. And let's not overreact to situations in other cities across the country where police departments may need more significant reform. Let's not jump on the defund bandwagon because it's currently seemingly fashionable. On the budget projections, they get progressively worse each time the summary is issued. Obviously, the shutdown had something to do with the revenue shortfall, yet it has to be repeated often that the spending habits of this council continue to burden the taxpayers, and the frivolous spending contributes significantly to the shortfall. It's possible we should start the 2021 budget discussion earlier this year to consider what's going on in the current shortfall of revenue. Lastly, the memo from the compensation committee was enlightening. It reveals the elected officials in Evanston are compensated more than any other city on the North Shore. I support the compensation committee's recommendation and the annual savings they could generate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, we've got Jim Farley, then Rob Mark, then Eden Geron Perlman. So welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council. As mentioned, I live at 825 Milburn Street in the 7th Ward. If you're familiar with the area, you'd recognize that I'm about one block east of the Canal Shores Golf Course, just on the other side of the L tracks. As you probably know, Post 42 is one of the oldest American Legion posts in the country. We celebrated our centennial last September. I'm the service officer with the American Legion, and my role there is to help veterans utilize the Veterans Administration benefits. I help them get registered with the benefits. I help them file claims. But I also organize and coordinate volunteer activities for our fundraising activity. And as you probably know, the funds that we collect go 100% to support veterans, their families, and children and youth organizations in town. I want to make the point that the success of the American Legion and the charitable activities that we're involved with is due in part by our ability to sustain our membership. It's not a secret that many posts around the country are having difficulty keeping their doors open because there are fewer and fewer veterans. And this is an issue that a lot of posts are dealing with as evidenced by the American Legion Postal Wilmette recently closed. There's no question there are many fewer veterans, but what we've been able to do through our relationship with the Canal Shores Association is we've been able to expand our membership, and it's been a great benefit to us. And I wanted to emphasize to the body that the relationship between Canal Shores and the American Legion is a very strong one, and it's a very synergistic kind of relationship. Not only do we share the facility, we share the building, the great building, but we share the patio, the grounds around it, all of which allow us to host several of our volunteer activities and several of our fundraising activities. So the Canal Shores Association plays a big role in our ability to maintain our membership because we've been able to get Canal Shores board members to join the American Legion through the organization called Sons of the American Legion or the Boosters organization. The golf course brings a lot of people around the Legion. It exposes the patio. It exposes the Legion Hall, all of which has helped us maintain our recruiting. We have maintained our membership at about 100% renewal every year, and that's why we've been successful.
Hey, Jim, I need to.
Yes.
We passed our time, so if you could just wrap up real quickly.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm here to emphasize there's an item on your agenda. I believe it's item A7 related to a contract with Northwestern University for parking and tailgate. The Legion would like to emphasize to us how important it is that Canal Shores enjoy and be a party to that relationship. There's a significant amount of investment Canal Shores makes in supporting that parking, and we want to make sure that when you make that arrangement, you understand how important it is, not only to Canal Shores, but it's very important to the Legion too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Next up, we've got Rob Mark, then Eden Duran Perlman, and then Estera Cuckoo. Welcome, Rob.
Hey, thank you. Good evening. I'm Rob Mark. I'm a 21-year resident of Evanston. And about the Citizens Police Review Commission that was created last year. The world was a very different place last year. So today, in addition to the coronavirus and the economy issue we're dealing with, there's a renewed focus on the deaths of Black men at the hands of police officers in the other cities. I know we're talking about that. That's why I think it makes it imperative that we get this commission right the first time. Now, I'm asking the council tonight to vote, to table the vote on that candidate list the mayor is going to show you, at least until you've had a better chance to understand the people to whom you're entrusting this awesome power. I think the citizens and the police officers of this city deserve no less. Now, having had a few discussions recently with the mayor via email, I've come to believe that selecting members of this high-stakes group should not fall to just one person and simply be delivered to you for a thumbs up or a thumbs down vote. Now, I don't know any of the people on the list, but realize you're about to empower people to act as a jury of sorts over the lives of citizens and police officers. And I think the people of Evanston deserve some assurances that the people on the mayor's list understand the true depth of their responsibilities. Now, I asked the mayor if we'd have people included on the commission from each ward, and he said it didn't work out that way, even though to me it seems like the ordinance seems to require it. But he did say he had applications from people in every single ward. That said, the commission will still have no representatives from the 3rd, the 4th, or the 6th ward. The 6th ward representative he did choose works there, but doesn't live in the 6th. The mayor said, quite honestly, I wanted this committee to reflect those who more often interact with police than others. Everyone selected needed to come across to me as fair-minded, thoughtful, and neither pro or anti-police. Fair-minded and thoughtful, yes, I am all for that. He got that absolutely right. But neither pro or anti-police, I mean, we need people who can look at these issues from all sides. But also, does this mean the 3rd, the 4th, and the 6th Ward residents won't be represented because we don't interact with the police often enough? I mean, I just find this absolutely unacceptable, and I hope you will too. And that's why I'm just asking you to slow the process down just a little bit. Why not have all the people on the list come to a virtual council meeting and answer your questions? If you end up liking every one of them after that, go for it. Have it. I agree. But you might come away questioning some of the people as to whether they're the best ones for this job. And finally, though, if you do take a little break, I would just ask the mayor, please, could you go back to your list and see if you could find a couple of people to serve in the 3rd, 4th, and the 6th? That would really be appreciated. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Rob. All right. Next, we got Eden Perlman, then Estera Cuckoo, and then Matt Rooney. Welcome, Eden.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eden Durham Perlman, Executive Director of the Evanston History Center. I was really pleased to see on the agenda today Referendum 54-R-20 regarding African American heritage sites in Evanston. And as the Director of the History Center, I just wanted to endorse this and also lend our support in any way that we can. For those of you who don't know, I see Alderman Fisk smiling. She certainly knows the resources of the History Center to do research and firsthand material and all kinds of ways that we would love to partner with the city and the Preservation Commission. We already partner with Shorefront frequently. So just wanted to lend my support and hope to partner with the city on this project.
Thank you, Eden. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
History of our great city, too. Next up, we've got Estera Cuckoo. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Matt Rooney and then Sherry McCullough. So welcome, Estera.
Hi, this is Estera Cuckoo, the property owner at 1717 Simpson Street. I was just on the call just in case anyone has any questions for me. We're currently just requesting a special use permit. So if there's any questions, I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you, Estera. If you'll just stay on, when we get to that item, if it gets pulled off, then somebody may have a question. So tune in. All right, Matt, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the Stowe and Evanston staff. My name is Matt Rooney. I'm an Evanston resident. I've lived here for 38 years. I'm a member of the Canal Shores Board of Trustees, and I'm speaking to you on their behalf tonight regarding agenda item A7. This all started in early May when Northwestern solicited a 5-year parking permit from the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District for parking on Canal Shores for football games without even giving Canal Shores a heads up that it was going to do that. And we presume that it didn't even give the city of Evanston, who holds the leasehold, a heads up either. Northwestern's lack of transparency on this speaks volumes. Typically, when an organization operates like that, it's trying to hide something or get away with something to get something done on the sly. Well, when we learned about the fact that Northwestern was approaching Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, we sent them a written proposal on May 11th. This all started in early May. We wrote to them on May 11th, right after they made their request. And we made a proposal that was in the same vein as our arrangement was with them for last year. It called for very little out-of-pocket money to be spent by Northwestern, but it did call for them to pay us for the lost revenues that Canal Shores would not get due to the golf course being closed for up to 7 Saturdays each fall. We also proposed what we thought was an equitable arrangement that would allow Canal Shores to provide some support and services to Northwestern regarding all the parking on the football, all the football parking on our golf course, and also to allow us to manage some of the game day parking for them and keep the bulk of the revenues from that park that we were managing under a service agreement. Our proposal did not ask for any kind of a donation from Northwestern, despite what you may have heard from them. Our proposal was strictly an arm's length business transaction. We actually don't know how Northwestern feels about our proposal because it's refused to respond to it. In fact, it has refused to sit down and discuss it with us at all. Basically, it refuses to talk to us despite several repeated attempts for us to get them to do so. And we think their actions there speak louder than anything any Northwestern representative either has said to you, may say to you in the future, or will say to you tonight about their wanting to act fairly toward Canal Shores. If they truly wanted to act fairly with us, they could have already done so by sitting down and negotiating an agreement. Then we could have presented this with them as a package deal. That's the question everybody should be asking, is why won't Northwestern talk to us? Canal Shores is asking that the City Council withhold its consent to a 5-year parking permit, or in fact, any length parking permit, unless and until Northwestern sits down with us and negotiates in good faith and reaches a deal that is financially fair to us, a not-for-profit organization that's taking good care of open green space in Evanston at no cost to any taxpayers. 5 years of lost golf revenues and an unfair deal that Northwestern could cram down our throats after it locks down your approval and a permit from MWRD would threaten our financial viability, period. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Matt. If we have any questions, it may come up when we're on that item later on in the agenda.
I'll be here.
Okay. Welcome, Sherry McCullough. Then we've got Priscilla Giles, then Dino Robinson. Welcome, Sherry.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Sherry McCullough. I'm on the Canal Shores Board of Trustees, and I'm also speaking on the agenda item A7, and will probably echo some of the comments made by my colleague, Matt Rooney. Canal Shores is a nonprofit that provides significant value to the Evanston community. The organization relies heavily on donations to survive each year. In years past, Canal Shores received payments directly from Northwestern so its season ticket holders could park and tailgate on the course. As Canal Shores invested the estimated $80,000 per year in the maintenance of the golf course as a community asset, as you know, MWRD redirected that source of revenue funding away from Canal Shores. The funds are no longer invested in Evanston. As the City Council can appreciate, COVID-19 has thrown everyone's finances into flux. Canal Shores has received PPP funds this year that has allowed it to continue to operate, but it relies on other income, such as the space concerts, which have been canceled and have added an additional $30,000 hole in the Canal Shores budget this year. We recognize the uncertainty of the 2020 college football season, but a one-year event cannot be used by Northwestern to refuse to talk to us about and agreeing to an equitable deal for a permit that will be granted for 5 years. Northwestern requires its season ticket holders to contribute to the Wildcat Fund in order to be eligible to park and tailgate on land that's Canal Shores subleases from Evanston. So it not only charges a premium of thousands of dollars to its ticket holders, season ticket holders, to park and tailgate, but it also requires that contribution. While Northwestern reaps the benefit of that significant revenue, Canal Shores struggles annually to raise enough monies to stay afloat. It struggles to take care of the land, which is open to the entire community for recreational activities beyond golf. Canal Shores wants to continue its implementation of the ecological master plan to improve the land, which has received national recognition. Northwestern isn't going to maintain green space in Evanston and cannot afford to do so. Only Canal Shores is going to maintain it with a passion for the community and for the environment. Yet Northwestern proposed path forward, cutting CS out of the discussion about what is fair compensation, not a donation, but fair compensation for taking the course away from Canal Shores and the public, puts Canal Shores in grave financial jeopardy. Northwestern receives tens of millions of dollars each year from the Big Ten Conference. Its season ticket holders have financial wherewithal. The perception is that Northwestern is simply trying to put one over on Evanston by getting a 5-year permit without having a deal in place that protects one of Evanston's community-based organizations. It's one of its greatest assets and its open space. We believe a deal should be in place before the permit is granted. thank you for your time, and I'm willing to answer any questions if needed.
Great, thank you, Sherry. All right, next up we've got Priscilla Giles, Dino Robinson, then Daisy Shadrach. Ms. Giles, are you on the line?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Priscilla Giles, Ward. The Evanston Police Force does not depend on numbers, but on the attitudes of individual police personnel who probably should choose other careers. My other important thing to say is I'm looking forward to approval by Connections for Homeless and to any and all other groups in authority of placing the homeless, especially the long-term Evanstonians in Evanston, not in other municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Giles. All right.
Keep our Evanston.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Keep our Evanston people in Evanston. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. All right, next up we've got Dino Robinson. I don't know who you're representing tonight, Dino. Welcome.
I'm representing Shorefront. Thank you, everyone. This is in support of 54R20. I just want to thank the staff at the City of Evanston, as well as the committee members of the Evanston Preservation Commission in helping us draft this wonderful program in honoring African-American heritage sites. For the audience, this was birthed from the idea of the former Pitch initiative in the mid to late 1990s. We dusted that off and we wanted to bring this back to the forefront to celebrate African-American sites throughout the city of Evanston. Some with some really good significance, and we hope to, as this develops, bring a interactive website, brochure, and welcome the engagement of an ad hoc committee that will help facilitate this through for the future. So again, thank you, city staff, as well as the Preservation Commission for helping see this project through.
Great, thank you, Dino. All right, next we've got Daisy Shadrach. Apologize if I mispronounced your name. And then Laura Tatali, and then Susan Kelly.
Hi, I'm one of the co-organizers with Defund EPD. So first, let's talk about the police. The police were created as an institution to control brown and black bodies. If Evanston really is committed to the diversity we want to pass idealistic resolutions about, then I urge our white council members to address how advocating for police reform, instead of dismantling our police force, for its inherently racist roots and practices, aligns with the diversity resolution that was unanimously passed last June. Second, let's talk about public safety in Evanston. When we say defund the police, we are calling for a movement to reimagine what public safety looks like. Public safety is when the universal needs of everyone in our community are met. And unfortunately, the needs of our Black and brown residents have been complicated by our overfunded and inherently racist police department. EPD has arrested a mother for stealing baby formula during a pandemic. They've arrested Black 12-year-olds for riding their bikes during daylight in downtown Evanston. And they also arrested a Black man for driving his own car. These aren't exceptions to the rule. I am embarrassed to live in a community that can fund $1 million police misconduct settlements with our tax dollars before they can address the basic needs of our Black residents who are struggling in areas of health, education, affordable housing, and many other, which are only further complicated by Evanston's historic racism. When we say defund the police, we mean let's start reinvesting in our communities, which are hurting the most. We mean let's start imagining why we feel more comfortable locking people in cages than giving them baby formula when they can't afford it. Let's stop saying we hate racism and start dismantling the pervasive systems of anti-Blackness which are embedded in Evanston. I encourage our aldermen, the mayor, and anyone who's interested in furthering this conversation to continue it with Defund EPD this Thursday, which is going to be a co-led forum on Zoom at 7 p.m. with the People's Lobby, Reclaim Evanston, and the Citizens Network for Protection at 7 p.m. over Zoom. Again, I will be emailing all of the city council members with an invitation to this event. But yeah, follow Defund EPD on Instagram and look at our link tree for any updates on the movement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daisy. Next, we've got Laura Tatali, then Susan Kelly, then John Quintana.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm the co-organizer of Defund EPD with Daisy Shadrick. We are echoing the voices of the work that CNP, Evanston Fights for Black Lives, Alderman Simmons and Fleming's, the work that they've been doing to address defunding Evanston Police Department. As Daisy mentioned, what this means is reallocating funds to public safety, for example, Connections for the Homeless and YWCA. We also support the proposal that CMP has come up with. And secondly, we are urging that all city council members get RSO or SROs, which are student resource officers, out of Evanston Township High School. We urge you to end the contract between Evanston PD and ETHS, given that these positions in schools are ineffective and further inflict harm on Black and Brown communities. And also, like Daisy said, we have a forum coming up this Thursday at 7 p.m. Co-sponsors are CNP, the police, or the People's Court, and we also are on Instagram, and we have a Linktree link. And if you guys want to follow that, we are posting stuff on Instagram. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Next, we've got Susan Kelly, John Quintana, then Doreen Price.
Hello, I'm Susan Kelly, and I want to talk a little bit about the census. I want to commend Evanston for surpassing 70% of self-response. I also want to let Evanston know that we have a big need for census takers who live in Evanston. The 6th Ward has reached the census's 100% rate for recruitment, but the other wards altogether, we would like 480 more census takers or applicants. Our census jobs are paying $29.50 an hour, and you get extra money for working on Sundays. They allow you to work from home and set your own hours. And if you could spread the word, anyone you know who's looking for work, the website is 2020census.gov/jobs. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Susan, for all you're doing to help us get out the vote, so to speak, on the census and getting everybody to complete that. Next up, we've got John Quintana, Doreen Price, and then Sophia Shadrick. So welcome, John.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the time. I'm John Quintana, and I've been a resident in the 6th Ward for over 20 years. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to APP1, approval of appointments to the Citizen Police Review Commission, and to R1, amending Title I, Chapter 8, City Manager. In regards to the commission, I first note that by council's own rules, the agenda item should be for introduction, not action, unless you suspend that rule. To begin, the publicly available qualifications of the individuals are truly outstanding. They represent expertise in law enforcement, civic duty, legal matters, and to my heart, continuous improvement, among others. However, the ordinance that created the commission requires that the appointments shall reflect community diversity, including all 9 wards, income levels, ethnicity, age, gender, and experience.
Hey.
Hello?
Go on, John. I don't know where that came from. Go on.
Oh, okay. The only criteria that has a specific requirement is that of ward representation. In reviewing the appointment memo, the rationale made for ward representation is not clear, although the memo suggests that the criteria might range from representation by being a ward resident, similar to an aldermanic requirement, to someone who owns a business, has an office, or is simply employed within the ward. This gives the impression that the criteria for ward representation is arbitrary. There's one candidate who works at Westminster Place in the 6th Ward. If this candidate is the 6th Ward representative, then I'm challenged to understand how the ward could be represented when Westminster is not generally open to the residents of the ward, nor should it be as we continue to manage the COVID crisis. It seems that there is sufficient variability in the ward representation that in effect the proposed slate is overall an at-large slate which bucks up against the ordinance. If there is a problem with the ordinance, then change it, don't game it. Otherwise, adhere to it. In regards to the city manager removal, Changing the code will cause a difference between the city code and the Illinois State Municipal Code. While the state code does not specify the manner that the city can hire a manager, it does specify that the manager may be released by a majority vote of the council. By changing the ordinance, we will differ from the municipal code, which provides specific accountability to the residents of the city through the majority vote of our aldermen. The arguments that I've heard for changing the code to match council rules are not compelling and have tended to be simplistic, such as, this has been our rule for the last 30 years, to, I want there to be more protection for the city manager from the politics of the city council. Unfortunately, the city manager is a quasi-political appointment and so is accountable to the council and the citizens that you all represent. That's the reality. I've not heard a single argument as to how changing the ordinance benefits the citizens of Evanston. If anything, it dilutes the accountability for providing city services. I do understand that we are a home rule community under the Illinois Constitution, and as a community can set many of our own rules. Uniformity across the state on any particular issue is not necessarily a requirement. Some of our rules are set through ordinance and others must be or should be set by referendum. When the state has a compelling interest in a requirement where home rule has changed it, then that may lead to the courts. I provided written comment a week ago to the Rules Committee asking that advice be sought from City Legal Counsel as to the applicability of home rule on this issue so that the council and citizens can be informed of the risk of taking this action. Tonight, I'm asking that you vote against the change and to keep in law the expected accountability for the city manager to the people. If there's a difference between council rule and the law, the solution is to change the rule, not the ordinance. This is particularly germane as we look for a new city manager. If the current ordinance is in service of the citizens of Evanston, as I believe this one is, then leave it alone and adhere to it until the citizenry has a chance to weigh in, possibly through a referendum. What binds these two issues together is the rule of law, and that one rule is something we must all abide to.
Thank you, John. All right, next up, we've got Doreen Price, then Sophia Shodrick, then Carla Sutton. Doreen?
Yes, hi, Mayor, and everyone else. I'm just trying to get situated over here. Sorry. Okay. Yes, I submitted for public comment, and I'm reading part of it. I'm addressing what Luke was describing with regard to the COVID-19 Community Impacts and Needs survey that was sent out. And in reference to that, something else came up, which could be pretty beneficial in terms of discussing both of them. And that has to do with the National Alliance for Ending Homelessness, or the NAEH's newly released CDBG one-pager, as it's referred to, which is attached as a PDF file, and I've also copy-pasted it, that encourages funding with the CARES Act, detailed below what stages. And could we consider both of them in terms of a town hall and discussion, leading one from the other, or both of them complementing each other to come up with ideas to preserve our community and support it. With CARES, the CDBG funds can focus relief to stabilize existing low and moderate income homeowners in Evanston, that also creates economic opportunities for local businesses and trades to bring single family homes up to code as a public health priority. This could also allow for affordable rental revenues and transition housing for recovery from a state of the art, hopefully someday soon, homeless shelter in concert with the CDBG funded public health initiatives focused on place and well-being now at risk. We can address economic and social equity in community development that's innovative, sustainable, resilient, and wealth building. It's time for Evanston to lead in recovery, restoration, and sustainable health and prosperity, preserving the good by building on the past for our better future. And then one part of this I'd like to focus on begins toward the end of it. And that has to do with who is eligible for CDB. This is straightly from the document. Who is eligible for the Community Development Block Grant, the grant funding that we would be looking into. And it says states and local governments can use, as many people know already, CDBG funds to strengthen communities by improving housing, living environments, and economic opportunities, principally for persons with low and moderate incomes. What funds are available? The CARES Act, this is what changes things. The CARES Act committed $5 billion to CDBG. Of that, $2 billion in direct funding was allocated to states and localities under the CDBG program's current formula, $1 billion for the states to prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus, and the final $2 billion that will be distributed based on a new formula created by HUD to assess needs arising from the coronavirus pandemic. While the CARES Act provides, this is from the document, while the CARES Act provides greater flexibility to address local needs, the immediate housing and health needs of the most vulnerable should be the focus. And how can you find more information? Homeless services providers and system leaders should contact the current CDBG grantees to identify eligible activities utilizing the $2 billion in funding under the current formula and the $1 billion in funds to respond to the coronavirus. Providers should also, let me just finish.
We're at our time, Doreen. We're over it.
I'm asking for one sentence, Mr. Mayor.
All right, one sentence.
Providers should also review, I'm at the end. Providers should also review future, please, Mr. Mayor, give me some respect on this one. Providers should also review future guidance from HUD regarding the remaining $2 billion that has yet to be allocated. And I think, Mr. Mayor, an extra $2 billion for our community would be, not the $2 billion, but an extra amount of money would help our community and worth having that extra sentence. So thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. All right, next up we've got Carla Sutton, and then Dylan Johnson will be our last speaker tonight. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Haggerty and members of the City Council. First, I would like to table the proposal for the 9-person police panel, and we should reinvestigate adopting the CNP proposal as the civilian answer to ending systematic racism and citizens not having rights because of the contract with the Federal Order of Police. Secondly, we would continue to support what Doreen said and Mrs. Giles about housing help for moderate income and relocating Evanston citizens from the hotel to landlords in the 5th Ward, 2nd Ward, and other to help them at this time. And the last is regarding the reparations, which means the act of making amends for a wrong. It's redlining. We're talking about gentrification and difficult for mortgages. It's difficult for me to understand this priority of making this money available for first-time home builders when seniors have been calling me off the line this week saying, what about us? Most of the relatives who would receive kinds of apologies for the practices in Evanston are now dead. So what of the elderly people who have consistently paid taxes for over 50 years at a residence? We're asking you to continue to work toward prioritizing these citizens. Thank you, and have a good evening.
You too. Thank you, Carlos. I messed up a second ago. I actually accidentally jumped over Sophia Shadrack. So Sophia, if you're on the line, I'm going to have you go next.
Mayor, I believe Sophia no longer wishes to comment.
Oh, okay. Then we will wrap up today's public comment with Dylan Johnson.
Hi, I'm on the consent agenda for the Planning and Development Committee for P6. So I was just putting it out there that if anyone had any questions, happy to answer any of those for any of the parties involved.
Great. Thank you, Dylan. Then we'll stick around when we get to that item. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us and sharing your perspective on a variety of issues here during public comment. We're now going to move into the agenda tonight, and we have several items on the special order of business. So I'm going to ask Alderman Rainey if you wouldn't mind moving SP1.
Myself, there you go. Approval, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Approval of SP1. $370,000 of ESGCV funding to Connections for the Homeless for rapid rehousing of homeless Evanston families currently in non-congregate shelter. I'm going to read this so people understand. Staff is recommending approval of $370,000 of this funding to Connections to rehouse homeless families with children under the age of 18. There are 21 families currently in non-congregate housing or hotels to protect them from high risk of COVID-19 infection. This funding will provide stable housing for an average of 12 months, during which households will receive case management and other services needed to achieve housing stability. The city is receiving $546,424 in funding from the first round of ESG/CB CARES Act funding. The city was notified on June 9 that it will receive an additional $419,890 of this funding in the second round allocations, totaling $966,314. Funds are to be used to address the needs of homeless and unstably housed families and individuals impacted by the coronavirus. I move approval. This is for action.
Second. All right.
This is really amazing money that is going to very good use. The same.
Excellent. Thank you, Alderman. This is open for discussion. Alderman Fleming.
I think Alderman Ruth Simmons, did you have your hand up, or were you just? I think she was before.
No.
No. I just have a question. Yes, I'm very happy to get some families into housing. If Betty Bogg or Sarah's on the line. So I understand these families are currently in, unstable living situations. Do they currently have, are these the same families we work with through McKinney-Vento who have kids already in the school districts?
Alderman Fleming, I don't know that every single one of the households has children in the school districts because they may be too young to be officially in school. But all of these families have children who are who, if they are age appropriate and are in school, are Evanston. They are Evanston's families, and those children would be in the schools. They have many of the characteristics of our TBRA families. One of the things that has happened with the coronavirus is people have lost income, and households that have been unstably housed are not necessarily able to maintain their housing. And in addition, we know we've always had what HUD does not consider homeless families that are couch surfing. They're not literally living in a place unfit for human habitation. But when this coronavirus hit, there are situations where somebody might have been having a family doubled up with them or something like that, where they said, I'm sorry, you can't stay here any longer. So they became homeless. And so all of these families qualified as literally homeless. They have been, they're living in non-congregate shelter, which is one of the ways that you can qualify them as that, because they had no other place to live. And that makes them eligible for rapid rehousing funding. People who are couch surfing or unstably housed are not eligible for rapid rehousing.
Okay. So my question had to do with the schooling situation, because, as I talk to you almost every week about this, there are a lot of families who have children in school who maybe, were not able to get connected with Connections or Family Promise or whatever else, but are still housing insecure. So I wanted to make sure, obviously, that this money is going to aid the family. And then the other question is, as we look at the remaining ESG funding that we'll be able to use, I would like us to do our best to prioritize seniors. I've heard from a number of seniors, and I know we have on this list 92 adults, but a number of seniors who are, essentially also couch surfing. And so I would really like us to prioritize, as much as we prioritize families, for us to also prioritize seniors, because many of these people are Evanston residents, have been here their whole life, but for a variety of reasons are now housing insecure. And so I would love for us to make that a priority as we're looking to house more people. And then the other comment I had is that we would make sure we're working with our general assistance office and emergency assistance staff to make sure that, I don't see them listed here, and I know they do work with other agencies, but to make sure we're checking in with them as well to see if they have families that maybe they're serving who are not in a Connections or YOU pool that also need housing.
Of course, and we will reach out. I will contact Indira and her group specifically. I know that they are often in touch with Connections staff. One of the next steps in figuring out how to use both our ESG and some of our CDBG CV funding is to look at what we call prevention funding. People who are unstably housed, even if it's not in their own house, in their own housing unit, could qualify for that. And that is going to be a really large group of families in Evanston and throughout all of Illinois. One of the things we are doing is we are working with other funders to try to figure out how we're going to coordinate all these programs, because we are required by the Stafford Act to make sure we are not duplicating benefits, which makes it particularly challenging. This is the single biggest national, well, I think it's the only national emergency of this scale, and the Stafford Act has very rigid and specific requirements to make sure that we don't duplicate benefits. One of the things that can help us avoid that is working through members of the Alliance to End Homelessness, because those agencies all work from the same database, and so we can see who's getting what benefits from other providers. That won't solve all of it. IDA is coming out with its own rent and mortgage assistance. We don't know how they're going to do that exactly. We don't know how we're going to avoid duplication with that. So it's a pretty complicated situation, but I think we're working very hard to try to make sure we sort it all out, that we help the people who are in greatest need and are eligible, and get our Evanston families safely housed and stable.
And our emergency assistance department is still on track to get access to the HMIS so they can also be in coordination.
Yes, we are working on that. We have to get a data sharing agreement in place to make sure that they can then see the data that they need. We were just on a phone call about that this morning.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Clerk Reid, could you please take the roll on item SP1?
Yes. Alderman Sufferton? Aye. Alderman Ravel?
Aye.
Alderman Rainey?
Aye.
Alderman Fleming?
Aye.
Alderman Fisk?
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite?
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen?
Aye.
Alderman Wilson?
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons?
Aye.
All right, SP1, which is the approval of $370,000 of ESG CV funding to Connections for the Homeless for rapid rehousing of homeless Evanston families currently in non-congregate sheltering, passes the Evanston City Council on a 9-0 vote. We're now going to move to SP2. Alderman Wilson, could you just introduce this for discussion?
Sure. Item SP2 is a 2020 budget update. The staff is recommending discussion of the update on the 2020 budget. I move that we proceed with the discussion.
Second.
All right. The item's been moved and seconded. Interim City Manager Storley, would you like to start us off on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. From our last update, we had, given a floor of what we thought the lowest possible was that we would be looking at in terms of a revenue shortfall for the current year. That floor has risen a little bit. We've gotten some firmer projections on April and May, now that we're starting to see some inflow of revenues, and we've got a better handle on what our potential options are for reducing our expenses. So our CFO Hitesh Desai and Budget Manager Kate Lewis-Lakin are going to give a presentation now to outline some of those items. So I'll hand it over to them at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Storley. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Manager Storley touched on that from our base deficit of around 10.6 million, the number has gone up a little bit. Considering the actual estimates, the actual returns we received, whether it's the state tax revenues like income tax, sales tax, home rule sales tax, or some of our own taxes, which are considered the home rule taxes, and we have received some of the March returns and even some of the April. And based on those, we have revised that. And we have compiled this list in the presentation too. So I think, Kate, can you bring up the presentation, please? Okay, thanks, Kate. Let's move on to the agenda for the hour. These are the like 4 items, just like last time. We will touch on the revenue projections, where we are, budget balancing, what we are doing on both sides, the revenue expenses, the COVID-19 expenses, where we are, and finally the 2020 budget. Obviously, the City Council passed that, not officially adopted, but kind of looked at the 2021. But obviously, in light of the COVID-19, we have to make a kind of substantial changes to our 2021 budget. Okay, next. Okay, so right now, as mentioned earlier, projected revenue shortfall is around 12 million from the previous estimate of 10.6. So it has roughly gone up by around $1.4 million. And this is obviously based on some of the returns we received for March and April. Some of those things where we have gone up, like they are like a positive responses, like the home rule sales tax. New estimate is 20% under budget, but obviously better than based on the actual returns from the March. Liquor tax, that has like kind of our estimate. We have improved it based on the increase in the packaged liquor sales. So that has helped us, contribute to the liquor tax. And the building permits, we expect to kind of meet our budget for 2020 for the building permits, because some of the big permits issued for the planned developments. Some of those, thank you, Kate. Some of the projections where we have kind of gone down, or we estimate based on the some of those emails we received either from some of the organizations, like income tax. Now we expect that, it could be a 20% loss from the budget. So it has gone down from our previous estimate. Hotel tax, a couple of hotels kind of closing down, and obviously we still don't know what would happen with the Northwestern, whether they have online tutoring, how they work with the fall and their football season. So, but right now we estimate that, we could have this higher loss in the hotel tax. Parking tax, same way. Parking tickets, a lot of, 33% loss. Parking enforcement on meter, they started in June. And obviously we are starting for the street cleaning next month. Amusement tax, again, it's a big loss, even with the streaming tax, which is going into effect on October, but that would have a little impact on our current fiscal 2020 budget. And finally, the athletic contest tax, 81%. We got some money for the basketball, but we don't know the future of the basketball season. And even if they continue, what the decision they take and how many tickets they sell for each of the home games. So that would drive our athletic tax and some of the parking tax or parking tickets. So what we are going to do again, will tax is coming up. This has been changed from the usual calendar year now to the September 30th with the October 1 deadline. So we plan to have these things out in mid-July, and we are even planning to have some kind of a location or two for in-person sales. So, and the staff is working on that one. I mentioned about the communication with the Northwestern, and the big thing is some of the sales tax and income tax data, which has a 3-month gap in sales tax and home rule. We continue to wait for those data as they come in June, July, which would be a better reflective of April and May trend. Cash and investment, this is a critical, we need cash, the liquidity. So overall cash and investment as of the last week, we are at around $62 million. And even I have some of the major funds, general fund over 6 million, CIP around 7, and water sewer fund combined around 10.7. CD also has a line of credit of 15 million available. Everything finalized, the documents submitted, and they made it available online. So at any moment now we can, if needed, we can move the money into our operating accounts to pay for the bills or the payroll. And finally, we'll continue to explore the other options of liquidity. Obviously, we like the federal grants or any of the grants. I think mayor, city manager, and we attended one of the Cook County webinar this morning, and that was very useful, and we might get some money from that. Moving on to the next one, the budget balancing. I would ask Kate Lewis, our budget coordinator, kind of go over the next few slides.
So this slide shows Kate Lewis-Lakin, budget coordinator. The slide shows some of the items that have changed in our budget balancing exercise since our last presentation on May 26th. And there was an attachment in the memo in the packet that shows sort of that all laid out, starting at that 12 million loss and playing down. And I have that in the slides too. So some of the changes we've made. There's been an increase in savings from vacancies due to a continued hiring freeze, and we've had a couple other employees choose to leave or retire, and those positions then have created a savings. The city reached a final agreement on 10 furlough days with the AFSCME union, which was tentative at our last meeting. The dialogue continues with FOP and the firefighters union for 10 furlough days or equivalent to give us a further savings. And then the Dutch elm inoculation funding has been adjusted to reflect the decisions that were made at last month's city council meetings. So not too many major changes in the budget balancing calculus at this point, other than that change in the general fund revenue loss. So again, going through, we start with that 2 million revenue loss. The increase to the vacancy savings is shown here. The savings given from furlough days for both non-union and AFSCME employees. Furlough of our Parks and Rec part-time instructors. This has been in place, was in place for 3 payrolls, and then we're going to see some of those folks start coming back as summer programming and summer camps pick up. And then finally, the savings from the Dutch elm disease. Next slide, you've seen all of these before. The only new one that's been added here is this IDPH grant for current employee salaries. We are receiving a grant from IDPH to support COVID-19 response in our Health and Human Services Department. And I'm going to touch on that in another slide and the full amount of that grant. But know that some portion of it will be able to cover some of our current employee salaries. So we consider that a savings on the budget that we're looking at. When we put all this together, the city is still facing a deficit, a net remaining deficit in this year in the general fund of about $2.5 million. This is a quick chart that shows sort of what our general fund balance looks like by month. This chart includes actual numbers through April, so that's why you only see the green line through April. The blue line is what we would have expected in a normal year, right? In sort of following the budget, normal times. The red line here is our worst case scenario revenue loss without making any of the expense changes that we already have enacted and are tracking at this point. And then the green line is more of our realistic. What's our projection at this point, taking into account all of those expense changes that I've listed and the savings we're getting from those decisions. So you can see we've made significant progress in coming up from the sort of straight revenue loss scenario to a more realistic projection given the progress we've made on expense cuts. Just a few notes about budget balancing and other funds. You've seen these before, but again, savings on our ST Plus contract in the parking fund, so some additional layoffs and hiring freeze savings in some of our other funds outside of the general fund. And then the library will also be doing 10 furlough days in accordance with the AFSCME and non-union agreements that have been made. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about our COVID-19 response funding. We've talked about the costs in the past, and we've talked a bit about FEMA, but we've had some other grant opportunities come up and become more clear in the past month. So we want to spend a little bit of time letting the City Council know what those opportunities are, where we are on those processes, and how we hope to sort of piece together this puzzle of federal and state aid to get us to a better financial position and help us recover some of the responses to the crisis. So as of June 19th, the expenses we're tracking as direct COVID response are 1.1 million, almost 1.2 million. This includes all of the FEMA eligible expenses, which are overtime for direct response, all of the housing expenses, PPEs, technology for setting up the EOC, and some other sort of structural changes to set up our temporary facility and the like. Our application for expedited funding through the FEMA Public Assistance Program has been submitted. It's currently in review by the Illinois Emergency Management Association, and it's expected to move to FEMA this week as we submitted some documentation that was requested. And we would expect to receive 75% of that application amount, which would be in the $880,000 range. As of May 29th and the end of the stay-at-home order, the city is no longer funding non-congregant housing in hotels. Those expenses have been moved to the Affordable Housing Fund out of the general fund. They are included in that $1.1 million FEMA application amount, and hopefully we'll be receiving reimbursement for those expenses. Another funding opportunity that we are working on is from the Illinois Department of Public Health. This is for ongoing contact tracing and COVID-19 response. The city's been allocated an amount of $817,000 for a one-year term. This is a really great source of revenue to continue supporting our response going forward. So we're really appreciative that we've been able to receive this opportunity as a registered health department. As I stated earlier, a portion of this will be used to support salaries of some of our current health department employees who have been doing contact tracing and who will continue to do that work, and the confirmed case interviews. $51,000 can be used for supplies, equipment, technology, so we'll continue to use that going forward. And then the remaining amount will be seeking to create some new temporary positions that the grant will be supporting for 1 year, and that's for maintaining our COVID-19 response and contact tracing specifically. The city is going to seek to fill those positions internally first to yield additional cost savings, and then if that's not successful, they will be, of course, posted externally, as is typically true for the positions the city hires. A second funding source is the CARES Act Coronavirus Relief Fund. This we actually just sat in on a webinar on today, so this is brand new information. We're receiving reimbursement through a program created through Cook County and their sharing of their distribution with municipalities inside of Cook County. The eligible expense window will be March 1st through December 31st. Right now, the city doesn't know what our final allocation will be, but we expect it to be at least $440,000, potentially more, based on the sort of funding calculation that they described today. And this amount will be known on Friday, so we hope to have a lot more information about this program as the week goes on. The benefit of this program, something we're really excited about, is that it does cover some expenses that aren't included in the FEMA Public Assistance Program or other federal grants. So this can include some of our regular time pay for employees that have really pivoted away from their normal jobs and been dedicated 100% to our COVID-19 response. And as well as providing funding for some telework equipment for all city employees that has allowed us to pivot our operations to virtual work and telework. These are expenses that have not been included in the FEMA program so far, so we're hoping that we can get funding through this program to cover some of those expenses. Finally, just a few smaller amounts that we have already received. We received some support, again, through the CARES Act, through the Provider Support Funding Program, specifically for our EMT services. So we received $51,000 in April. There's a second installment that we've submitted the paperwork and applied for, but the amount is unknown. And then lastly, we've received a separate grant through the Illinois Department of Public Health for COVID-19 response. It'll be used specifically on overtime expenses for our current health department employees, and that was $58,000. And that will be received on a reimbursement basis through March 2021. Finally, as we hit the end of June and head into July, this is when we usually start talking internally about the following year's budgets. So we started planning for the 2021 budget. We last year created a 2-year budget document that did include a 2021 projected budget. We've always been planning to take another look at that with the departments, with the city council, and make adjustments as necessary in this year before that budget is finally adopted. Of course, COVID-19 has created such a change in our environment that we expect there will be many changes to that projected budget. more so than we expected when we created that projection last year. One of the pieces that we're really going to talk about and look at as we start this budget process is the vacancies that are being held at this point. There are still vacancies in our Health and Human Services Department, given the nature of the crisis and the fact that we expect COVID-19 and the environment created by it to be ongoing throughout this year and into the next year. We first hope to take a look at those positions to understand which of those need to be filled on what timeline in order to meet our critical community needs. And when we talk about community needs, the city has started a community needs assessment that will examine that data and bring that in to some of these starter budget conversations as well. Other departments will also hope to look at the vacancies in those departments to consider whether they should be held in the 2021 budget, whether maybe the role doesn't make sense in sort of the COVID environment that we expect to be continued living in into the following year, or whether holding these vacancies would reduce, again, critical community services in a time when they're very much needed. We'll continue to look at our grant funding opportunities and make sure that the services we're providing are aligning with where the funding opportunities are. And then, of course, we're exploring options for online and virtual budget engagement that we plan to discuss at future city council meetings. And that, I believe, wraps us up. So we'll stop screen sharing here and we will take any questions. There we go.
Okay, now I can see the whole group, Kate. Alderman Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Kate. Can you just give, or maybe the city manager store, can give an update on police and fire negotiations with the furlough days or any cost savings from those two departments?
Sure, I can give an update on that. There's been active communication with police and fire about the issue. I think that there is an interest to help alleviate this budget gap with concessions from both of those unions, but what exactly that looks like is not yet confirmed. So I would say we continue to make progress, but there's no final outcome yet.
Thank you.
Alderman Rainey.
Over the years, there's been a back and forth among aldermen about why do we pay for crossing guards? Why do we pay for police in the schools? And I'm thinking, that issue is becoming more to the fore as we discuss other issues about police. And this is a $500,000 plus item in our budget this year and $500,000 budget plus in our budget next year. And I'm wondering why we haven't brought that up as an item to remove from our budget going forward. It's if the schools want the police in their schools, perhaps they should take it on as a budget item. I think we've heard a lot about people wanting them, not wanting them, but it is a budget item. And I'm thinking if we suggested to the schools that we can no longer afford that expense for many reasons, perhaps we should withdraw that expenditure or at least begin the discussion about doing that next year.
Yes, thank you, Alderman Rainey. We are planning to have a discussion about all of the police issues that have come up over the course of the past month on July 27th. So if there's consensus on the council to move forward with that, we can certainly explore it.
I would like this to be singled out because this is rather clear-cut issue and not about narcotics, not about, it's like crossing guards. Do we want to continue to pay for crossing guards? Is the school helping us pay for that now?
Right now, only the private schools contribute to the crossing guards, and District 202 pays the full cost of theirs.
We are locked into a contract with that, with Andy Frayne right now.
We do have a contract. I'm not sure when it concludes.
Well, I can look that up. All right, thank you. I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Wilson?
Well, I think Alderman Rainey covered it in the end, most of it, but I've heard discussions at the schools and potentially at the school board level, but it's not totally clear on who's saying what to me because I can't participate in those meetings, primarily because they conflict with ours. But it would be good to know what their intentions are. If they don't intend to continue to have officers at the schools, then we should definitely take a look at this. And it sounds like there is consideration of them removing that request that we have these officers available. So I'd like to know what their intentions are.
Well, but excuse me, but my suggestion has nothing to do with their intention. If their intention is to keep them, they could pay for them. If their intention is not to keep them, well, then that is very convenient because I don't want us to pay for them. So
sure. That's my point. Is if they don't want them there and they have no intention of having them there, then there's not much to talk about. Then we're done with that part. So
yeah, but my request has nothing to do with what they want. I just want to make that clear.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Alderman Fleming.
Follow up to Alderman Rainey's thing, because interim city manager Storley and I did have a conversation with the school board. I don't know, was it last year, Erica, asking them to pay for crossing guards. And they were not interested. I will just say they cited a lot of budgetary issues. We even, I think, if I remember correctly, talked about revisiting that conversation to at least get to like a 50-50 split. And at the point they were saying they had no money and, we didn't want to obviously have children crossing the streets unsafely. But I would love for us to have a better conversation about responsibility here. As we've talked about policing, I've tried to communicate to the community that we pay for the officers and they are there by request of the schools. Is what my understanding have been based on conversation at city school liaison meetings that Alderman Braithwaite and I have been in. So I totally agree if they do not want them, or as Alderman Rainey said, we should have a discussion about funding, because I think we as a city get blamed for having the police there, and I've tried to communicate that we are not forcing our police on the school districts. We are granting a request that they've put into us. But if not, at least a budget share on some of these things, because we generate far less money on the tax bill than they do.
Thank you. Alderman Sufferton?
For Hitesh or Kate, do we have a number that we're working off of for anticipated late pays or non-pays on property taxes?
Good evening. No, the property tax, again, the money would, like just the Cook County, as it said, that they're not extending the deadline, but they don't charge the, interest or penalty on those things. So when I looked at the first installment, we are kind of pretty much in line with the previous years. It's a little less, but it's not like a kind of where we suffer a cash flow or a substantial. We are like almost around 45 to 46%. Generally, we would be hovering around 50% compared to 55%. Again, the second installment is important that we get a lot of TIF money, They don't come in the first installment. They would come after the rates are finalized. So we would see a jump in the property tax in the second installment.
And we're anticipating that everyone will play catch up with their water bills as well. We don't think that there'll be defaults there.
Water bill, I think we will still, I don't know whether we have done any start off. I think the staff will looking into that, whether we want to start that. But in terms of the water bills, we work with the individual people who have the problems to give the installments and all that.
And then just one final question on the athletic tax. You mentioned basketball. Are there like season ticket packages that have been paid for, or how do we have that revenue figured?
This must be the season before this March hit. So the games which happened before the March 15th. So we got that money, but the big chunk is like almost $700 to $1 million that comes from the football season.
Gotcha. Thank you, Hitesh. Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Interim City Manager Storley, is there anything else you need from the council on this right now?
No, I just wanted to provide that update, and we will continue to look for grants and other forms of revenue that we can help offset our costs related to our response to the pandemic. I feel that our staff's been doing an excellent job, not only tracking our expenses to make sure that we can get reimbursed for as much as possible, but looking at different revenue sources to make sure that we're expending all options to get money from other sources than having to use our own money. So I'm really appreciative of all the staff's effort on that, and we'll continue to work on that. We're still holding out some level of hope that there will be some relief provided from the federal government to replace revenue loss for cities across the country. But we don't see any movement on that anytime soon. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation and see what develops. And I think when we get towards Labor Day-ish, we're going to have to make some tough decisions if we haven't seen anything happen at the federal level. But that's where we are today. I'm happy with the progress that we've made. It was a large, $12 million is a large gap to cover, and the fact that we're down to $2.5 million is a lot of work by city staff and a lot of concessions from our employees and others. I appreciate all of that effort, and I know we have a little bit left to go, and we'll continue to work on it. But directionally, we're going in the right way to try to solve the current situation. So that is the end of our budget update, and we will be back again next month with the same.
Thank you for all your help and work.
Yes, thank you, Erica, Hitesh, Kate, and everybody else that's doing all the hard work here, and for all the city staff that have been sacrificing and taking 2 weeks of furlough and all of that. That's real money out of their pockets to help our city. We're going to move now to SP3. Alderman Ruiz-Simmons, would you move that for discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Haggerty. SP3 is a reparations subcommittee update. Staff recommends that we discuss the reparations subcommittee's process to determine programs regarding housing assistance, relief initiatives, various economic development programs, and opportunities for Black Evanston residents. This is for discussion.
Second. Second. Okay, so this is open for discussion. I'm not sure where this is starting. Is it starting with the subcommittee, Alderman Ruiz-Simmons, or with Ms. Storley?
Well, staff put together a memo. Did staff want to present that, or did they want us as a subcommittee to go ahead and open up discussion?
Good evening. This is good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is Interim Assistant City Manager Kimberly Richardson. Alderman, it will be left up to you if you would like for me to present. I just wanted to make sure we had some context in the packet, but I gladly, since we made some progress on Friday, I think it made sense to cede the floor to you to discuss that progress.
Yes, absolutely. So if you don't mind, just walking through our process to date, and then we can have discussion about the progress that we made on Friday.
Yes, I can do that very quickly. And so, as you all know, this time last year, we began the conversation around reparations through the Equity and Empowerment Commission, where they held multiple meetings with the community to get their input on what at the time was called solutions would look like for Evanston. And from that conversation, the Equity and Empowerment Commission created a recommendation document that they presented then to City Council for further consideration. At that time, Alderman Simmons requested that the City Council look to creating a local reparations fund that would be supported through the recreational marijuana tax that was going to be, cannabis tax, that was going to be implemented later on in early 2020, which the City Council did with Resolution 126R19. And with that also came the formation of the Reparations Subcommittee, which is a 3-member committee that includes Alderman Braithwaite, Alderman Simmons as the chair, and Alderman Rainey. And from that, the committee has been meeting since beginning of the year, 2020, to discuss how to move forward, looking at the both housing and economic development aspects of Black repair for our Evanston community. And so what we've done over the last few months is discuss housing first. However, we have a number of initiatives under housing that would include not only those home buyers, but preservation and distress for properties, as well as discussion around foreclosure counseling and financial literacy. We use the principles of INCOBRA as a guiding document to assist us when looking at repair. And from that, we were able to start the discussion with home buyer assistance. And on Friday, we met as a committee that gave clear directions to hopefully be able to present this document, policy document, to the City Council and hopefully in the coming month. With that, Alderman, did I miss anything? I was very quick trying to be succinct.
No, I think that was plenty in terms of where we've been. And if we could have a discussion now on, well, I'll just add that we prioritize housing because it was largely recommended by the community in our public process that housing be a priority. One, it will help us stabilize our Black population and support those that have been longtime residents in keeping their homes, and also invite new Black homeowners. The way this recommendation is coming forward, it will also invite residents to return that have left because of lack of affordability or barriers to purchase a home. Home ownership is the most likely path to building wealth for any family of any race. And based on the limited housing stock, the inventory declining, and what we have being purchased up by developers, those homes will never again be affordable. We as a subcommittee decided to move forward with housing. We have other priorities, but this is what we're working on first. And the initial remedy policy introduction is based on home buyer benefit, but I was hoping that we could have partnered it with our goals for preservation as well. But we have worked on a total budget that would include all of the housing initiatives, and the goal is for them to be established and approved together in time for us to start receiving the funds, which I understand to be September. I've heard October, but I understand that we will receive tax revenue in this calendar year. And our hope is to have some remedy policy passed and established so that we can start to deliver a direct or collective benefit to Black Evanston residents. And Kimberly, would you like to go through the initial introduction with the new direction that we gave on Friday? I can't hear you.
These mute buttons, they're darn if you do, darn if you don't. Okay, sure. So if I could bring that up. Sorry, I had the agenda up. Now my computer crashed. Give me 1 second. So, as you mentioned, on Friday we met as the reparations subcommittee, and we discussed the conversation around housing, home buying being in particular. And one of the things that we've been working on with collaboration with the committee is trying to figure out really what does that mean? How do you identify individuals? And so, give me 1 second. Sorry, my computer crashed just as we were. My computer does not like. All right.
If you need me to jump
I have it.
Okay.
Sorry about that. It was just, I was trying to hurry this up. So anyway, we budget $450,000 for the home buyer assistance program. That was initially budgeted for $250,000, but as discussed on Friday, that number was not sufficient enough, and so that budget for the program has increased. As to the amount for down payment assistance, that too was increased. Initially, it was presented as $10,000 as a flat $10,000, and we have instead increased that to up to $25,000. Now, this is for anyone who is a home buyer purchasing real estate located within Evanston city limits and occupied by the homeowner as their principal residence. And so this individual, the whole idea is to preserve and encourage economic diversity within our city, facilitate the purchase of market rate housing for affordability, and to promote successful homeownership opportunities by providing homeowners education and responsible mortgage financing for program participants. Those individuals who will qualify may be one who want to occupy a condominium, a single family home, 1, 2, 3, or 4 unit building, as long as that residence is their principal housing. In addition to, we have agreed that it would be considered a forgivable loan over 10 years. And the reason for that, as stated by our city attorney, Nicholas Cumming, that we want to make sure that this does not have a negative impact on individuals' income. As if it was a grant, it may have some repercussions to their taxable income. And so we are making this a forgivable loan program over a 10-year period. And if someone decides to sell sooner than 10 years, what we will do is that proceeds will go back then into the reparations fund, as discussed on Friday. Secondly, we're looking at narrowing the eligibility. Again, it have to be a Black resident of Evanston who suffered discrimination in housing as a result of city ordinance and policies and practices. Also can be a direct relative to a Black Evanstonian resident who resided in Evanston between 1919 and 1969, who suffered discrimination in housing as a result of city ordinances, policy or practices. And the reason why we selected that time frame is because we are still doing additional research, but we recognize that 1919 was when the beginning of rezoning was happening in certain areas of Evanston that was moving our Black population out of certain centers of the city and moving them into the west part of Evanston. In 1969, when we had our housing discrimination ordinance passed, which was our second housing discrimination ordinance passed, we had one passed previously in 1968, but this one superseded. And so we're still trying to make sure our criteria is in line with what the intentions of the subcommittee is hoping to be. However, we also recognize that we have to look at that eligibility, as that's going to be where the most scrutiny is going to be looked at when it comes to making sure that this program is able to withstand any legal challenges. Alderman, that's all I have for the document to present to City Council.
Thank you. So to the comment, Mr. Sutton made a comment, and just in response to that, we recognize that our long-term residents here are anxious and entitled and top of mind as we do this work. That's why it was my hope that we would present the preservation piece alongside the homebuyer plan, but it should all roll out together with the same budget. So that will give opportunity for the senior community and other existing Black residents to benefit from the reparation program initial remedy response. I think that some things that we should note is the tremendous support that we've had from institutions that have worked on reparation work for many years before was a discussion here. The support of our own Judge Lionel Jean Baptiste and his direction, his experience in Reparation and COBRA, NARC still are very strong supporters and mentors of our work. We had a housing presentation by Mark Austin, who is a federal housing policy expert. That has been available in a packet. It's on our reparation website if you'd like to learn more about the specifics of damages and the specific discrimination in Evanston, even still today. He gave an example of 1,400 loan originations at depository banks in Evanston in the last reporting season. And I believe there were 90 of them that were Black residents. So he breaks down very specific data relative to Evanston. Since this is an Evanston initiative, we understand that this work has gotten broad attention, but our work is only specific to damages, actions, practice, culture, and data specific to our community. Really encouraged that we're moving this work forward in this time in our social climate. We believe that it is an appropriate response, and we are proactive to responding to the concerns of valuing Black lives. And I'm proud that we're doing this work in Evanston. I'm sure there are a lot of questions. We still have questions. We're learning as we go. But one thing that has been very valuable is the support that we have received from other leaders nationwide and in our own city to help us think about this work. If there's any questions on this, I'll pause there, and then I would like to talk a little bit about our process and how we have been receiving input and recommendations.
Great. Thank you, Alderman Simmons. Alderman Fisk, I think had a comment, a question.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the report. I'm happy that it's focusing on housing issues. I think that was the strong message we were hearing from Alvin Tillery, and that made a great impression upon me. Is Nick on our call? Is he here in our meeting? Nick Cummings, is he? Or is Kelly or someone?
No, Nick is not here. I'm here tonight. Good evening.
Okay, well, a couple things. I'd like to know, because I don't know, how does this withstand a legal challenge if we're singling out a certain segment of the population to receive benefits for housing? And my second question was, I was a little bit confused about Mark Alston. Is this Alston and Associates of Los Angeles? If so, they seem to be out of business. And I would very much like to see some of the research that's provided to us, just to get a better sense of what the input is that folks are having. It would be easier for me to kind of follow along with the with some of the reasoning. So, but I am concerned about the legal challenge. And so, Kelly, can you just tell us what you guys are doing in the law department?
Sure. Well, law has been reviewing, law has been present at the discussions when the committee has met to go over what a framework should look like for reparations. And what we have suggested is that's when it's most closely tied to a specific ordinance or city policy, or even if there was, for instance, not an ordinance or a policy or a resolution, but like a specific rezoning that was documented. So for instance, if we can go back in time and look at the clerk's office and see that there was a rezoning, these are all the things that staff is looking into. Because when you can tie it to a specific ordinance, policy, rezoning, or structure, then you have a better basis for trying to correct the wrong that was done. Where we haven't gone yet, where the committee hasn't gone yet, is in the way in which reparations would be distributed. So we heard a little bit about the thought process on how giving down payments or forgivable loans, but as to how that would be done or who would apply and what the scrutiny would be for reviewing that, law is very much going to work with the subcommittee on that. So it's still very much in the planning stages. So we are working with Alderman Simmons and Kimberly Richardson and everybody else on the subcommittee to ensure that we can give our advice along the way.
Okay.
So, Alderman Fisk, did you have more questions for Kelly? I was going to respond about Mark Austin if you were done with Kelly.
I guess that the answer, that it wasn't an answer, but I understand that we're working through the process. I just want to be really careful, and I'm glad to hear that there's a representative of the law department there, because I just want to make sure that we're doing things right, and that and I'm happy we're taking the time to get them done. The discrimination in the city ordinances and practices is also something that I'm really interested in, as well as the impact of the zoning ordinance. So is there as you give us reports on the committee's discussion, as I said before, is there any information that you can share with us as data comes in and what it is specifically that you're looking at? Because I really feel I need to see that.
So, you know what, I can answer that question for you, Alderman Fisk. If you take a moment and go to our City of Evanston's website, all the information that we've discussed, the notes that we've collected from our meetings, and data that speaks directly to the harm is all on our city public website. So I will...
We're talking about the various zoning ordinances, and
I'm talking about the history of the redlining. You will find that on our reparations page, as well as other data points that's been researched by Dino Robinson and other subcommittee members are all on the page. And I would suggest, after looking at it, if there's any information that you have questions about or data that you feel is missing, then please, come back to either myself or Alderman Simmons, and we'll make sure that you have the information that you're looking for.
Right, and I don't mean to be critical of either the purpose.
No,
it's just I'm concerned about some parts of this. Redlining, for example, and again, I will go and I will look at all that. So thank you for referring me there. But redlining, for example, banks and real estate companies. I'm not sure if somebody could tell me, Kelly. You don't have to do it tonight, but just give me some information about what the city's role is in that. I understand exactly what the city's role would have been in creating ordinances, but the redlining, I'm just not sure about. So again, if somebody could just...
I can add, and we're still looking more into the history behind this. How did this happen? When did it get created? And
okay.
I think that's going to be critically important because what in my cursory research, at least of looking at past history of ordinances, you see in some jurisdictions where it's very, very clear, right? It specifically says, city council passed an ordinance that, minorities are not able to work on city construction projects, right? It's very clear cut. We may not see that in Evanston, but we may see something that had a disparate impact that was designed perhaps to discriminate, but maybe not on the surface, maybe somewhere deeper. So we're looking at the maps when they were recorded, specifically when that was done, and in conjunction with what was happening. And this requires, unfortunately, a very thorough investigation, going to open up books into the clerk's office. So which we're still trying to locate some of these things. So we're also going to be relying upon our local historians, who really are the gatekeepers of a lot of this information. So this is something, the concept is there. I think the structure is there. We just have to pinpoint down the specifics to ensure this is done correctly. And more importantly, that the approach to remedy the past wrong is narrowly tailored to that wrong.
Thank you. Thank you very much for saying that. That's exactly what my point is. So thank you.
So I just wanted to add, Alderman Fisk, we share your concern and attention to this standing up legally. And the legal department's been working on it recently. We have a narrative from the clerk's office that they're looking to actually find the support documents. We hope to get that soon. I understand that staff has an appointment coming up with Shorefront and the Evanston History Center to learn more about the specifics that you are talking about and that we're also concerned about. So we get it. We know that we will expect some challenges, and we don't want to present anything that is weak. So while we're working on remedy, the law department is working on that. I should add that we have support from legal experts in our community that are working with other experts, even outside of our community. They are calling in for advice and best practices and case references. All of that is happening right now in support of the work that we're doing here locally. So you mentioned Mark Austin. We're not in any sort of partnership or relationship. He is, and I asked Kimberly if she could pull up his very, very extensive bio, but just what I learned about him, he is the owner of Skyway Realty, but more specific to our request of him, he's been the chairman of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. He's been political action committee, first vice president. So he presents often at federally. So we weren't looking to work with him in his business, but we're looking to get data and reports on housing discrimination. And he has that in localities anywhere that you requested. So Kimberly, if you have any more information on his background, very impressive bio, but I'm not sure what you're finding about him out of business. I don't know what that is.
I will share the document with the city council right now. Unfortunately, I'm not able to share my screen.
Okay. But Alderman Fisk, we have his presentation, his PowerPoint includes his bio. And as Alderman Braithwaite said, there is a ton of information on there. There is our most recent town hall meeting with our guest, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who is excited that we're working on reparations at a local level as she works on it in Congress. And we have a short video of our initial town hall that had the NARC commissioners. So I want to say thank you, Alderman Ravel. I know for sure was on the last town hall with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. And any of you that have followed the process, the meetings are every other Friday, 12 o'clock, possibly 9 o'clock, depending on our schedule. But there's so much information. Maybe if you want to ask specifically what you'd like to see, and then we could have staff give you that specific document so that you aren't shifting through dozens of documents and videos.
Thank you, Alderman. We've got Alderman Ravel.
Yeah, well, thank you, Alderman Ruth Simmons, and Alderman Braithwaite and Rainey for all the work that you're doing on this really important issue. I just wanted to mention, I don't know if you read the roundtable article that reported on the Saturday, June 6th, event on Central Street. There were, this was organized by 3 former ETHS students who live in North Evanston. And they set up stations on Central Street that Saturday to talk with passersby about whiteness and racism. And there were about 20 of the young people having these conversations with about, the article said, with about 100 passersby, and the conversations were very positive. But what I found particularly interesting was that many of the people said they were totally unfamiliar with Evanston's redlining history. And that's despite the fact that we had that amazing exhibit at the Civic Center. So I guess I'm wondering, the panels that Dino prepared specifically for that exhibit that showed Evanston's redlining history, are those panels that we could continue to exhibit around the community? Because I think we want to make sure that our broader community understands why we are doing this work on reparations and to understand what we're trying to repair. So I don't know, Alderman Ruth Simmons, if you know what those panels.
Just shared something that's, I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's actually at the Evanston Public Library. to respond to your question directly, Alderman.
Oh, okay, good. Well, maybe we can even find a way for it to be, spread around, move from space to space in Evanston once we're kind of more out and about, so I can reach different groups in the community.
So I have a question, and I know Dino is on the call. If you could just respond in the chat, Dino. So he's saying that the plan was to do that after COVID, Alderman Ravel. But my question is, I understood that the majority of the panels were like broad Chicago area, and then Dino or Shorefront had produced Evanston specific. So do we have that entire presentation that is at the library that we can put back on rotation? And Dino, this is a question for you, if you could respond in the chat. If not, I recommend that we have the entire presentation that was once at the Civic Center. It was phenomenal, and it was very valuable information. You're right. Many folks did not know our unfortunate history of redlining. And I think that it would put this work in perspective for those that have a lot of questions and concerns.
Yeah.
All right, we got Alderman Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a member of the Equity and Empowerment Commission, and at the time that presentation took place, I asked Dr. Effiam if we could put that online, if we could get it in a form. And I know it's probably difficult to convert those exhibits, which were really powerful, into something that we could present online. But if we could do that, I think, and get that up on our reparations page, I think that would go a long way. And you're right, Alderman Simmons, a lot of those panels showed redlining in Chicago and I believe in New York, but there was also informational panels explaining the origin of redlining and how it operated legally. And then Dino's panels about Evanston were incredibly enlightening, especially the banking and the real estate companies' language on how they described each of the categories that they had divided Evanston into. So I do think a lot of Evanstonians don't know this history at all. And I have to say, as someone who knew about restrictive covenants from law school, the classic case that you always read about, the Supreme Court case, and Don will correct me if I'm wrong, and Kelly too, is from Kenilworth. And, so that's the one that you always, you're taught, well, that's Kenilworth had this. But what isn't really discussed in law schools, though I'm hoping it is today, is that this was just a widespread practice. And it was just Kenilworth had the most egregious one. And that was the case that was picked that ultimately ended up in the Supreme Court. But what wasn't talked about when I was in law school was that most communities had some form of redlining. And that's what we need to convey to people, that how widespread this was and how pervasive this practice was, and also the type of steering that real estate agents did, also, which was a form of redlining, but it was not quite. It was all oral, so that was their way of cooperating with the banks in terms of redlining too.
Thank you, Alderman Nguyen. Anything else?
Oh, Dino's writing us something, so he's probably enlightening me on.
Right, he is. Okay. Well, thank you, Alderman Ruth Simmons and the entire committee, Alderman Braithwaite, Alderman Rainey. Yes, Alderman.
I just wanted to speak about process. So we had a public comment from Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste that recommended a process that we want to work with him a bit more and make sure that we are incorporating it or considering it into our current process. Right now, just for the community to know, you can work directly with the subcommittee. We have members of the community that have showed up at the subcommittee meetings and give their recommendations or their suggestions, and we are happy to hear them. But we do need a process that is going to be sustainable and is careful to prioritize the request of the community.
Thank you, Alderman Ruth Simmons, and thank you, everybody. I'll just, I'm sure you guys are talking about this, but I'll just leave you with this from my perspective. I think the moment in time that we're at right now, there are a lot of organizations and people in this community that may be willing to open up their pocketbook to, give money to a reparations, some kind of reparations fund element outside of the $10 million. I know you've all talked about that, but I think you got to strike while it's hot, and you don't know what the mood and the sentiment is 6 months from now. But I think right now it's there, and I know, I think you're talking to the community foundation and everything else, but timing is of the essence, I think. Okay, we're going to move on. We got lots of other items on our agenda. We're going to move now to SP4. Let's see. Where shall I put the update? Alderman Fleming, could you introduce or move this one?
Sure. Oh, sorry.
No worries. It's SP4.
Yeah, I think about it earlier.
It's the racial equity update
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
on page 22.
Thank you. I had that as SP3. I'm coming. All right, SP4. I move, staff recommends the City Council to accept and place on file our racial equity framework for city operations. This is for action. I believe there's a staff report as well. Steve, you're muted.
Thank you, Cicely. I was just saying, this is for action to accept and place on file. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All right. So now this item is open. Interim.
Assistant.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's Kimberly. All right.
It's late. It's getting, even though it's 8, still
There's
late.
too many interims on everything.
I know.
Deputies.
One day. Okay, I'll be, in mindful of the conversation that we've had, especially around the budget and reparations in particular. I want to be mindful that what I'm about to say is, we'll see how you receive it, but we have been having a dialogue around racial equity now for 3 years, and particularly last year in 2010, when the City Council committed to racial equity in a resolution that was authored by our Alderman Cicely Fleming. And with that, there were some action items in there that really address, we need to start looking at racial equity when we talk about equity, and how do we go about doing that. I have a quick presentation, but really the slides are just there to kind of give me some guidance to make sure I don't go over time. But I'm having difficulties once again with my computer. So I'll just keep talking. And as I talk, hopefully I can fix this issue. Anyway, one thing I want to say is work done with good intentions does not produce racial equity. We need to focus on systematic impact. One thing that I've seen repeatedly asked of not just ourselves as staff, but of our Equity Empowerment Commission from the community is to look at things with a racial equity lens, to try to respond with a racial equity process. And I know that's been asked of us to staff in prior years with the budget. And we really haven't done much in that regard, into really trying to show impact with how we look at racial equity. And so what I want us to do is kind of use this moment that we're currently in as a chance to reframe how we look at racial equity as an organization, and recognize that racial equity as a whole cannot be accomplished by one staff member or program or policy change. We have to work on ourselves internally as staff, and that means that we need to do the work to change our culture. Our culture is embedded, that has been in place since the advent of the city of Evanston as an organization. And to ask that this is going to get changed overnight, I will tell you it will not. I recognize that a lot of change that's going to happen is with our younger staff who are coming in of all colors and experiences. However, we also recognize that we have a systemic problem that unfortunately not only the city is addressing, but a lot of other municipalities, and that those young employees are usually the first or last hired, or first fired when we come to a situation that we're in currently. So we need to be mindful that certain policies and certain actions that we have to take as a city is going to require us to make some systemic changes to how we even operate on a day-to-day basis. Right now is the time. We have these uncharted challenges in uncharted territory. You would never told me a year ago that the city would be funding a food pantry and we'll be paying for homeless housing during a pandemic. But that happened because it was a need that needed to occur, because we recognize that our community, especially those who are the marginalized, were the ones who were being most impacted by this unfortunate virus and the pandemic and the repercussions of the pandemic. So we need to do internal organizing and infrastructure and accountability. We need to be able to push across, we can push across our organization that is going to allow for a better democracy. You have to remind ourselves that when we talk about community, it's just not the external community, the residents, taxpayers, but also the internal community who are themselves are saying that we feel marginalized, we are not heard, and we need to have a better voice in decision making. How we're going to go about this process is through a racial equity lens. And again, equity means that our policy making, service delivery, and distribution of resources account for the different histories, challenges, and needs of the people we serve. Racial equity is achieved when one's race and identity cannot predict one's outcome. It is understood that even though we're leading with race, we are race explicit, but not race exclusive, because race and gender, race and sexual orientation, race and religion, race and disability status, and race and educational attainment still impact people of color most negatively than they do of our white counterparts. So we understand that we're talking about race, but race is not the only indicator. It's just the indicator that's pervasive throughout our history. So we have to address it. We have to address it in our organization, because if we're not talking about race in our organization and we're not changing the culture around race, then there's no way to ensure that policies and procedures are going to be trickled down into the community in a way that they too will be impacted positively. We have to recognize that institutional racism is like water to fish. It's a fundamental reality of their existence, but invisible until it's pointed out. Normalizing works to point this out to our city staff must be our first priority. Understanding shared definitions, making it comfortable to say that we're going to have, conversations with our Black employees, or have conversation with our Latinx employees, or having conversations with our Muslim employees. People have to feel comfortable that having those conversations is only going to make for a better organization. So we need to start with that. This cannot be voluntary. As we've had in past, we will have voluntary programs, and those who were interested and engaged were always the one at the table. But those who need to be at the table never were there. So we're going to be implementing citywide programming that will be mandatory, just like our sexual harassment program is mandatory, and other programs like ALICE are mandatory for our staff to participate. We're going to be holding ourselves accountable by creating an equity a cross-departmental equity committee. This committee will be made up of staff at different levels, but they are going to be the individuals that are going to learn not just the equity 101 that everyone is going to be attaining, but also how do we now translate this into policy? How do we answer those questions? So when we are in a COVID-19 situation, we are making sure that we're answering fundamental questions around ensuring equitable practices, and are we making sure that the decisions we're are going to be deciding are really going to cause the true benefit to those community members that are usually always forgotten. We're going to have to make this a priority. And having a conversation with our Equity and Empowerment Commission last Thursday, they have committed to helping us and holding ourselves accountable by creating community indicators. These community indicators, which a number of them have mentioned, are already in existence. It's just a matter of identifying what community indicators we want to hold ourselves to, so that staff will then be able to develop real equitable goals to meet those indicators. It will allow us to now look at our budget, and not just as a line item budget as it currently is structured, but an outcome-based budget, so that we can actually say, if we only have so much money in the pot, how do we reallocate our resources to ensure, as of right now, those in the Health and Human Services Department have the funds allocated for them. You have to remember, and I say this, we know it works. We have shown that racial equity, if done the proper way, with understanding and with support and some training, can be beneficial. We see that with the Health and Human Services Department. Prior to COVID, no one would have known a year ago when we did our racial equity analysis on social services that we will be in the situation we are today. However, because the process to listen to both the community internally and the community externally, also providing the right tools and understanding to our staff as we develop policies, as well as the recommendations that you all accepted, we would not have a health department as robust as it currently is. Even though it still has its limitations, it had the ability to respond to COVID-19 quickly because they had the staff in place and they had a common goal, a common communicative under one department. They had a common umbrella for which there was no bureaucracy that had to be managed because they were in different departments. It was allowed for quick response within the Health and Human Service Department, and it allowed for us to expand services, which we were quickly able to do. So we recognize that if we do racial equity correctly, if we learn how to use the tools properly, that we do see a benefit. Now, does that mean that there's still not work to be done in the Health and Human Services Department? It is. And if it wasn't for the COVID-19, we would have been completing that work as we speak. But we are going to continue working in Health and Human Services. I hope some of these principles will be put into effect for when they're reviewing our police department, which I think will be a great tool so that we can see if there's a need to how we look at how we deliver service in our police department, as well as other departments. This tool does not mean that only one person has to do it. We want to train staff so they can do it in their department. But what we want our committee to be is more of accountability, making sure that what we're doing is actually working. Creating policies that actually benefit our employees is something that we need to ensure. It just cannot be taught. It just cannot be another, let's get together and let's have a, training about our hearts and minds. It has to be about how are we ensuring that what we're doing internally is causing a positive impact. So what you are receiving externally is in addition to a positive impact. So this is a process and it's an outcome. It is one that we will be fleshing out over the next few months. However, I would like to begin the process by identifying staff to form this committee, which I've already received a number of staff members wanting to participate in, and then beginning the curriculum to start training. In the winter of this year, I was working with an equity coach. This is person that will provide technical support. As we all know, currently our equity coordinator position is vacant, and now during COVID-19, and also just because really looking through the process of recruitment, recognizing that a lot of talented individuals who will be a great fit for our organization would have to be able to come in and immediately be able to get their feet started. But unfortunately, because of how we're currently structured, I think it will be even difficult for them to set them up in this current environment. So continuing on supporting us, having an equity coach through this, get us started, get us going, so that we can really provide some true equitable outcomes and not just keep talking around it. We know that this has to happen. The community has made it clear that it has to happen. Our budget has made it clear that we have to understand how equity works so we can do budgeting in a way that really benefit those communities that are usually never discussed. We have a population who needs to be heard. and we need to do a better job in learning how to engage that population. So we need to set ourselves up as an organization to change how we function in order to heal the community and how the city functions. And so, unfortunately, I will post my presentation on the website. I apologize. I don't know why my computer is having a malfunction right now, but if there's any questions at this time, I was trying to be brief because I recognize the time of the evening, but I would be welcome to answer any questions.
Kimberly, okay, so we're going to open it up to questions. First, I just want to thank you for the thoughtfulness of what you just presented. Personally, I think that's exactly what we need here, and it's got to be more than just intuition and everything else. So thank you for that. Let's start off with Alderman Fleming, and we'll go to others that have
So I do appreciate the honesty that we have talked about this for a long time, and that, if you ask people who are receiving the city services, they might not be able to point to a lot that has changed in terms of coming out of this, equity framework. They can point to reparations and other things, but that did not come out of our commitment as a council for reparations. And as you know, I think last year I just made the motion we take it off the table because I was not seeing the progress that needs to be made. So, without seeing probably your slides, it's a little bit difficult to kind of wrap my mind around all that was said. I would just say that I would agree that we have a lot of internal work to do, and that it is not just a checklist and it can't just be one person. But I am concerned that we don't have a person, and I'm concerned because, assumingly it sounds like you're going to take this on, but you also are doing many other things. And so, just like I wouldn't ask Daryl to run the water department and something else, I am concerned that we still don't have a staff. I do understand why we don't, but that this is just now something else on top of the work you're already doing, and then putting it together a staff committee is something else on top of the work that they're already doing. And I've yet to meet a staff who tells me that they have a lot of extra time in their day. So I'm concerned that, without that person who is at least our guiding light through the organization and all the different processes, that we continue to get further down the road without much tangible action. I understand the need for these conversations internally, but I will just say, and I think you mentioned this, but I'm always cautious when the workplace starts to talk about changing hearts and minds, because that's not really the job of the workplace. So people are here to do a job. If this is part of their job, then that's the expectation, regardless of how they feel personally about anything. And then I think my last statement would just be on, you had mentioned this equity coach, which I think maybe last year you talked about this equity coach, and I think they were like a PhD student, and I had honestly forgotten about it. So if you have anything that they've produced or done so far, I would like to have an update of that. And then with what you guys are flushing out for further work, because again, it's something, as you've mentioned, we've had, on our goals and priorities for some time, and people who are paying attention probably now just feel like it's one of those things that we've put up on a wall somewhere and walks away from. So I think this is, as you said, with the national tensions and everything that's coming to light, I think this is a time for us to sink or swim. And I want it to be thorough and I want it to be thoughtful, but I also am very hesitant if we start talking about another process is maybe going to take, I don't know how long before people start seeing, any results about it. I know we had a couple failed attempts at the budget process last year and something else. So I want to be hopeful, but I have to just say I'm skeptical just based on our past output, whether I'm not putting all that responsibility on you, but hopefully this is something that we can start, at least if nothing else. I think we never even got an equity statement out there, kind of a time frame or plan for work. So even if we can get those kind of documents, even though they're working documents, up for the public to start understanding, I think that will maybe garner some more hope that this is not something that we've thrown to the side.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kimberly, thank you very much for the effort to keep this moving. I do have one question, and I don't know if I had to step away for a moment. What is the current status of our Equity Commission? Do we have any vacancies on that committee? And if so, yes, I think now would be a really good time to talk about that and let us know how many vacancies we have.
Sure. Alderman Nguyen, I don't know if you want to speak to that as being a committee member, or I can go ahead. So we have 3 vacancies, going to be 3 vacancies coming up after July, currently 2 at the present moment. We've had this discussion at the Equity Empowerment Commission last week. They have been looking to replace those positions. We had a number of people in the last couple of weeks really apply, which is great to see a number of individuals. What I can say is that I know that our ordinance, which will have to be revisited a little bit, but we are looking for individuals with experience in different areas. But what we notice is that our youth are not represented on this commission. So looking for someone who will be interested in committing to 2 hours, a month and some additional time. Also, our male interests have kind of dwindled. Most of the individuals who are stepping are male members, of one of color, one who's a white gentleman. And then pretty much, I think what we're just looking for is someone who has the openness to be a part of this process. I think over the last couple of years, they have been trying to figure out what their path is. And I think in the last month or so, have kind of begun to figure out what their lane, as they're going to be helping and assisting with putting together a community engagement policy, both from the external and internal point of view. So that will be very helpful for staff to be supporting and looking to really be our guiding light in the sense of the community as staff begins to start this work. I want us to work collaboratively with the committee. So I think anyone who's interested, please apply. My hope is that we can have people appointed by next month so that we can get a full committee in place.
Sure. I appreciate you talking about that, and it's just one more avenue for residents to get involved who are concerned about racial, issues. So thank you for lifting that up.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kimberly, for all of the hard work that you have been doing. I know you and I have discussed this, and you've been staffing the Equity and Empowerment Commission, and we know how hard you have been working on this issue. I think for the rest of the council, it's important to recognize that the Equity and Empowerment Commission is looking outward into the community, and what Interim City Manager, Assistant City Manager Richardson is talking about is our operationalizing equity within the city employees. And that is something that the Equity and Empowerment Commission doesn't have the knowledge and understanding of city operations to do. And so what the commission has been looking at is working with the community to have the community understand understand better the points of equity and how to educate the community on these issues. A lot of that education has sped up over the last 3 or 4 months with COVID and with the police issues. But what I support, what Kimberly is talking about, because we have to live this, the staff as a city. It has to be our city culture. It has to be every city employee has to understand this and have it come through in every aspect of how they do their job and fulfill their commitment, because as a public servant. And if someone is not, to my mind, if someone has not accepted that as the city culture and signed on to that in terms of how they perform their job, they don't belong here as a city employee. What we're trying to do is have, and what Kimberly is talking about is have this be really a fundamental part of the city of Evanston's culture and how it will be expressed in every single thing that's done, and every employee of the city understands that and is committed to those goals. That's an enormous task, but it's really what we all have to do and what the city has to do. And I recognize, Alderman Fleming, that we've talked about this and we've talked about this, and all of this change takes a very long time. But I think what Ms. Richardson has done is an enormous amount of work, and that I see that tonight we're supposed to accept this and put it on file, but I mean, I think that means that we have it waiting at the front of the queue until we can hire a staff person, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't move forward with this. I think it's really critical for the staff to understand that the city council wants this to happen. And so it's really important for us to accept this and say that we want to move forward with this as soon as we are able, because that's fundamentally what we all decided to do as a council. That's my understanding, is that we were going to look at every aspect of how we operated as a city, and make sure that we were doing it in the most equitable way that we possibly could, with a constant sense of renewal, that this is not something that's done and then we're set. I mean, obviously, this is something that we are going to continually renew and refine and do self-examination. And, I think Evanston is making an enormous, I know I'm going on for a long time here, but this is a really important topic, and Kimberly has worked an enormous amount on this. And if we want to make these changes happen in Evanston, we have to have it expressed in every single employee that we have here. So I would move that we accept this and place it on file. I don't want to necessarily cut anybody off from their conversation, but I view this as a critical issue that we need to get to as soon as we are able.
I'd second your motion, and I do look forward to seeing how you're fleshing this out, and I appreciate this effort that's gone into this, Richardson.
All right, so if there's no more discussion about
I had a correction I wanted to make, because I feel like Alderman Nguyen didn't quite understand what I was saying. I'm not saying don't move it forward. I'm saying Kimberly has a lot on her plate, and so I'm concerned about just how she's going to be able to do this heavy load and all the other jobs she has. But if she feels capable, then God bless her. My other point is that people get a paycheck to work here. So I'm not trying to say that I don't want people to be the best staff and commit to our priorities as a city, but the bottom line is they get a paycheck to work here. So I don't really care how they feel in their personal life and in their hearts and minds.
I do.
Well, but I don't. How are we going to control that? How do we know how they feel? That's totally impossible.
It's going to be. I'm sorry.
My point is that I don't want us to get stuck on those things and not be focusing on the actual tangibles of the policies and things that Ms. Richardson is talking about. And then lastly, I'll just say that I'm not saying not to do it. I'm clearly want to do it. I'm showing frustration that it hasn't been done, which I think Ms. Richardson understands and alluded to in the beginning. So I'm not saying I'm not accepting it. I'm just saying that she has a lot on her plate. Staff need to do the job they're asked to do with the racial equity lens or whatever direction they're given, because that's their job.
And Alderman Fleming, I completely understand, and I don't know how Ms. Richardson gets done everything that she does get done. But I will say that if you're just here to collect a paycheck, find another job.
All right. Well, I can tell you how Miss Richardson gets it done. She gets up at like 4 a.m. every morning, and she's like,
"No, I have great. We have great staff. No, I have some great support staff. Shanika Hohenkirk, who's our ICMA fellow, is right next door, right next to me in our meetings. Tashik Kerr, Kumar Jensen. I mean, we have Audrey Thompson. These individuals have individually put their work into equity. Hank Daniels. So I can't say that it's all me. It's not at all. It's a combination of some great staff. I'm just a spokesperson. And because I get to sit in the seat, and as a woman who's Black, who gets to sit as the assistant city manager, regardless of interim or not, that's not something you see in Illinois. And so I take privilege of being in this seat and making sure I can do the work that's supporting the community that I come from, but also for community within my organization.
Well,
I guess if I could ask final word, thank you, and thank you for acknowledging the staff. And I don't know if I can speak for City Council, but this is not an individual thing, and I think we all signed up for it many years ago when we made the decision to hire a full-time staff person. So I would hope, Kimberly, that you will come back and give us updates often, and whatever role that we need to play as a council, that you ask for that assistance, because this is important to all of us and we can't afford to fail. So thank you and the team that you're working with.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and take the, Alderman, we're not going to take the roll on it. Alderman.
No. I need to say thank you to Kimberly, but also I don't feel like we're using our committees enough. And so I know lately with residents that are calling in with concerns and ideas, I've been referring them with my support to go to committees, mostly equity and empowerment right now with the amount of emails that we're getting or the types of emails that we're getting. But I don't see that happening enough. And I don't know when the last time we had kind of an info session on boards, committees, and commissions and what they do, but I don't think we're using them enough to direct the residents to a process that they can actually see through an idea that they have. So I just wanted to put that out there and make sure that the residents know that you can actually show up to these committee meetings. You don't have to be appointed. You can participate. You can go. Before I was appointed to a committee meeting, I went like I was appointed and participated like I was appointed because it mattered to me. So you have that right. You can do it. You don't have to come to city council, public comment. You can do that at committee. It's a lot more intimate. Usually there's a discussion and you're heard and there's a policy recommendation. Oftentimes it comes from it. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman, Clerk Reid.
I just wanted to chime in on the clerk's, the Evanston City Clerk's Facebook page. In fact, Assistant or Deputy City Manager Richardson helped us with this, but we put together an event that talks about boards, commissions, and committees. It gives folks a pretty decent overview of how the system works. Some of the boards have changed, but I think the information is still relevant. So it's still posted in a video on our webpage, on our Facebook page, and folks can find that.
Great. Thank you, Clerk Reid. And why don't we stick with you and why don't you go take the roll now on SP4, which is to accept and place on file the racial equity update.
Okay. Alderman Sufford.
Aye.
Alderman
Ravel.
Oh, yes, Alderman Ravel. Okay.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Hi.
I'm sorry, and I skipped Alderman Rainey.
Aye, and thank you, Kimberly.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
And Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
All right, racial equity update passes 9-0 to accept and place on file. Thank you, Kimberly, and everybody for the work on that. We're going to move to SP5. I'm going to ask Alderman Nguyen if she will introduce this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. SP5 is report of the Committee on Proposed Compensation for the 11 elected officials of the City Council. The Compensation Committee recommends the City Council adopt its recommendations. And I'm not going to detail all of it. And this is for action to accept and place on file.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We got a second for that. All right. So this is open up for discussion. I'll start with Alderman Wilson.
I'd like to refer it to the Rules Committee so we can kind of, flesh out the details on this and, get to the rest of our agenda in a timely fashion tonight.
Second.
All right. So we
and that we accept it and place it on file. Sorry.
Okay, so you want to accept place on, so we move to accept place on file.
We accept the report and then I want to refer it to Rules Committee. That's the main thing. So
I second it.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll put this then onto the Rules Committee agenda where we can have a discussion about this. So that'll go on the next time we have Rules Committee.
I'm sorry, wouldn't that require a vote?
Oh, all right.
No, that doesn't.
Kelly, I guess where's Kelly?
Point of order.
Just a referral.
We do not vote on referrals to standing committees.
Thank you.
I think Alderman Rainey has it also. This is just a place on file.
All right. So we're good. We're not taking a vote on the place on file, and we're just referring this to Rules Committee.
Yes.
All right, very good.
And I'll just say this, the main thing in the ordinance is that it was tendered to city council, and that's what matters.
That's why we had it on tonight's
Yeah.
agenda.
Thank you.
Plenty of time. All right, so thank you. All right, so this will show up the next time we have Rules Committee. All right, we're going to move now to the consent agenda. Alderman Fleming, if you could, well, actually, you know what, you guys, we had APW tonight. So let's go back to the process that we did before we did these virtual meetings and didn't have APW. I want to give you guys a couple minutes, and if there's any items that you'd like to pull off, why don't you identify what you'd like to pull off?
Pull A7.
A7.
A9.
A9.
What's that noise?
And this could be anything on P and D as well. It's the entire consent agenda.
Pull R1 and appointments 1, please.
Okay, anything else? All right, hearing nothing else. So all other items other than A7, A9, R1, and APP1 appointments are remaining on the consent agenda. Does someone want to, Alderman Fleming, do you want to just move that consent agenda though? All items other than that, we'll get a second vote.
Do you want me to just do AP and W, or do you want me to do?
No, I literally was just going to have one of the aldermen. I just chose you to almost sort of say what I said, like that you're moving the consent agenda, the entire consent agenda, except A7, A9, R1, APP1.
Okay, I move the entire consent agenda, including the city council minutes, minus A7. Sorry, I didn't write them down as fast as you did. A9, P. Which other one, Tom? P1?
R1. All right,
R1, and then
appointments.
AP1.
All right, is there a
That's
second?
for action?
Second.
All right. City Clerk, could you please take the roll on the consent agenda?
Yes, Alderman Sufferton.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
All right, thank you, Clerk. Consent agenda passes the Evanston City Council on a 9-0 vote. Alderman Fleming, can you take move A7, please?
Yes, I move for action A7, resolution 53-R-20, authorizing city manager to consent to a permit for Northwestern football parking and tailgating events for the 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 football season for action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
This item's open for conversation. Alderman Ravel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So tonight we're being asked to give our consent to Northwestern's request to MWRD for a permit to allow parking and tailgating at Canal Shores during home football games for the next 5 seasons. Fundamentally, I believe it's premature for us to give our consent to this request. Just a little short background. So according to our lease with MWRD, City Council must approve any use of the property other than its original recreational purposes. And starting in 2008, City Council approved regular requests from Canal Shores to allow Northwestern to park cars and tailgate on the golf course. And in 2018, the most recent year this was the practice, this arrangement earned $80,000 for Canal Shores. Then last year, MWRD directed Northwestern to apply directly to the district for its tailgating and parking permit rather than coming through the City Council. And we did give our consent to the permit for the 2019 football season. The 2019 permit added the third hole of the golf course to that package, and Northwestern contracted with Canal Shores to manage the parking and tailgating there. This arrangement netted Canal Shores roughly half of what they had been earning previously from the parking and tailgating arrangement with Northwestern. So now Northwestern is seeking a 5-year permit from MWRD, and we are being asked to give our consent before we know what kind of arrangement there will be for Canal Shores. Since early May, Canal Shores has been trying to discuss an arrangement with Northwestern, but Northwestern has been unwilling to work with Canal Shores on an agreement until after we give our consent to the permit request. I think this is backwards. I want to see a good faith effort by Northwestern and Canal Shores to craft a reasonable agreement before we give our consent to the permit. And I must add that I'm keenly interested in the long-term health of the nonprofit association that stewards this valuable natural resource for our whole community. I worry that the arrangement that was in place last year for Canal Shores to manage the parking and tailgating on hole number 3 may not be sustainable. It was very volunteer intensive. It required at least 6 volunteers every football Saturday, and that's a lot to ask year after year of volunteers, and especially at the same time that Canal Shores is going to be needing to put on additional large-scale fundraisers in order to make up the rest of its the hole that's in its budget because of the loss of previous tailgating revenues. And all of this is on top of all the volunteer hours that the that the Canal Shores volunteers give to maintaining and enhancing the property, to restoring the habitat, and just really making this such a wonderful place for the community. So I want to hear from my colleagues about this, but my intention tonight is that we move to table this.
Is there other discussion? Alderman Wilson.
So, I really want these two to get together and come up with some kind of an agreement, obviously. I think one of the things that maybe didn't come through clearly is that I know Northwestern didn't ask to give all of the money to MWRD, so they were told to. So I think maybe from some of the comments that were made, there was an inference that they chose to give the money to somebody else instead of the golf course. I don't think that's correct. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. But if we're going to put it off, I would prefer that we put it off to, on a shorter time frame. I know there was discussion at MWRD on their calendar. They put off having it on their agenda. So I would suggest that we have it at our next meeting on the 13th. Because if it's going to get passed, it's going to have to get on one of those MWRD agendas, and they'll need to have time to implement it. So I just would prefer that we, get it, pressed to a resolution sooner rather than later, if that all makes sense.
Thank you, Alderman. Other comments, questions, concerns? Okay. Alderman Rebel.
I guess I was prepared. I was thinking of moving to table this until our second meeting in July. I'm happy to go either way, whether we want to give them a shorter time to, they could meet tomorrow. We could table it till the end of July and they could still meet tomorrow because, if Northwestern wants to get this resolved, and then we could still deal with it at our first meeting in July.
I'm not going to be here.
And right, our first meeting is not until July 13th.
13th.
So, 13th, right? July 13th.
Yes.
And then the second meeting is until July 27th. So as a practical matter, MWRD, I assume, wouldn't be able to get it on their agenda for July, and then football season starts. So, if we push it off till after football season starts, then nobody gets anything, including Canal Shores. So,
okay. Well, then I move that we table this to item into our meeting on July
13th.
13th.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Yes. Alderman Sufferton?
Aye.
Alderman Ravel?
Aye.
Alderman Rainey?
Aye.
Fleming?
Aye.
Alderman Fisk?
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite?
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen?
Aye.
Alderman Wilson?
Aye.
Alderman Roos-Simmons?
Aye.
All right, item A7, Resolution 53-R-20, authorizing the city manager to consent to a permit for Northwestern football parking tailgating events for the next 5 years has been tabled until the July 13th city council meeting. That passes to table that on a 9-0 vote. Alderman Fleming, can you take us to A9?
Sure. I move for action A9, which is ordinance 24-0-20, amending section 7-2-9-3, sidewalks to be clear of snow, ice, dirt, and weeds.
Second. Second?
Second.
Okay, so this item's open for discussion.
I'll share. I had my concerns about this the first time it was presented to City Council, and after having a few conversations now with Director Leonard Neiden, pardon me, I feel like we're there, and I'm comfortable with supporting it.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Sufferton?
Yeah, we had talked about trying to set up something maybe with summer youth participants where residents could sign up to get their sidewalks cleared. Is there any progress there? Because I think there are a lot of people who would like to comply who may not be able to, and if we could set up some sort of program where they could sign up to we can match them with people that be willing to do the shoveling for a fee, that might be a better deal.
Alderman Silver, I know you said, well, you said summer youth to shovel snow, and I think they do something like that.
How we match them up. Here's the question: like, if you live on a corner, or for a corner is a big deal, right? If you're elderly, you live on a corner and you got to dig out what the plow brings through, or even if you're just a senior or someone who travels, who wants to be in compliance but isn't always there when there's a snow event, can we do some sort of matching with somebody who would want to clean it for a fee? Because a volunteer is not going to necessarily show up. And where if you're a resident, you're like, well, I signed up for this program, so I'm covered against any violation. And if the sidewalk isn't cleared, it's on the kid or whoever was supposed to do it. We had talked about that when this was first brought up earlier in the years. Was there any progress or discussion about that?
The Director Neiden had her hand up a second ago. John?
Good evening. Yes, we've had some conversations with Audrey Thompson back in February when we first talked about this, as Alderman Sufferton referenced. As we've known we're bringing this back, and those were some of the concerns voiced by City Council. Yes, we've re-engaged in some of those conversations to look at how do we, one, get volunteers that may not necessarily be summer youth. There's some communities that have used given high school students gym credit, PE credit for shoveling walks. So several opportunities might be out there for covering the snow. In terms of putting the responsibility on the young person or other person who's volunteering, I don't know if we can legally do that, but certainly trying to build a stopgap that's a little bit more effective than what we currently have, which is a list of volunteers that is on the homeowner to find somebody to remove the snow.
I'm not talking volunteers. I'd be talking about like a contract between the homeowner and the person who would clear the sidewalk, and that person takes on the responsibility so that the homeowner can say, hey, look, I signed up for this program. I should never get a violation. And if there is a violation, it's not on me. It's on the person who did not show up to clear that walk.
And Alderman Sufford, if I hear you correctly, I don't think what you're actually saying is that if it's a youth who didn't shovel the sidewalk for whatever reason, they're not going to get a ticket or blamed for it, but it's more of a defense to the homeowner who signed up for it. So that's really what you're talking about. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is, if I'm a 74-year-old person with a bad back who's got 50 feet of sidewalk that need to be cleared, right? And I can do it if it's a dusting, but I'm also signed up so that there's somebody who's obligated to do it, and it's and the city knows that. So I'm not going to get hit with some sort of ticket for not having cleared my sidewalk. And I know, Johanna, you worked hard to make it clear that the intention is compliance, not violations. But believe it or not, there are a lot of people who do not trust the city, and even a door hanger that's friendly gets perceived as an aggressive enforcement action. And so I'd like to try, especially since we're still in the summer, figure out a way so that people aren't feeling like they're getting picked on the same way that they do with parking tickets or the like violations for property standards that they used to get, where if somebody was in the area, they'd tell you have to trim your bushes or any of that stuff. So I'd really like to work on having a program, not volunteer, that would get these sidewalks shoveled, because I think there are a lot of people who want to comply, but for whatever reason cannot.
And I think that's a good idea if we can figure out a way to do it. I think back to when I was a kid shoveling sidewalks and mowing lawns. If somebody, sent me an email saying, okay, shovel this sidewalk, instead of me like knocking on the doors, hey, you want your walk shoveled? That would have been
You didn't have email when you were a kid.
That is true. That was true. So I think it's
you didn't have no damn email. Cut that out. All right, Alderman Fleming.
I have a quick question, Johanna, just for people who are watching but haven't read the packet. What is the decision? What's happening with the corners? Because we know when the snowplows go around the corner, they leave all the snow there, unfortunately.
Sure. So we softened the language a little bit to say best efforts, make an attempt to remove the snow, add de-icing, salt or sand to try to make a passable walk instead of, you must clear it all the way 36 inches down. I mean, the hope is that you could clear 36 inches across to create that pathway, curb to curb and through the pedestrian walkway. But we understand that the plows and falling temperatures often make that challenging.
Okay.
So the language has been softened in the ordinance to say best efforts and evidence that you've attempted to remove some snow and added some de-icing material.
Anything we can do to have our staff, and I don't know if this is possible, but to make their best efforts not to leave the snow there or to put salt there themselves would be helpful.
I would leave it to Public Works to do. And I'm sure they make best efforts to not. And they're also people are encouraged to shovel after the plows have come through.
Yeah, but if you're at work,
downstream.
Right, but if you're at work, you get home at night and it's already a rock of, ice. It's hard.
Absolutely.
Any more discussion? All right, seeing none, City Clerk, can you take the roll on A9?
Yes. Alderman Suffredin?
No.
Alderman Ravel?
Aye.
Alderman Rainey?
Aye.
Alderman Fleming?
Aye.
Alderman Fisk?
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite?
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen?
Aye.
Alderman Wilson?
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons?
Aye.
All right, A9 ordinance 24-0-20, amending section 7-2-9-3, sidewalks to be clear of snow, ice, dirt, and weeds, passes the Evanston City Council on an 8-1 vote. Let's see, Alderman Ravel, could you move R1?
Okay, R1, I move ordinance 18-0-20, amending Title I, Chapter 8, City Manager. At the direction of the Rules Committee, staff recommends City Council adoption of ordinance 18-0-20, amending Title I, Chapter 8 of referring to the City Manager. And this is for action.
Second.
Okay. This is open for discussion. All right, seeing none, City Clerk, can you take the roll, please, on R1?
Alderman Sufferton?
No.
Alderman Ravel?
Aye.
Alderman Rainey?
Aye.
Alderman Fleming?
No.
Alderman Fisk?
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite?
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen?
Aye.
Alderman Wilson?
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons?
Aye.
All right, so R1 ordinance 18-0-20, amending Title I, Chapter 8, City Manager passes the Evanston City Council on a 7-2 vote. We're going to move to APP 1. Alderman Ruth Simmons, could you move that one, please?
Yes. APP 1, approval of appointments to the Citizen Police Review Commission. The mayor recommends City Council approval of the appointments of Jamal Graham, Blanca Lowell, Rick Marsh, Shauna Richmond, Nico Ross, Janitha Shambi, Naika Strickland, Clarence Weaver, Douglas Whitmore to the Citizen Police Review Commission. This is for action.
Second.
Okay, so this is open for discussion. Alderman Fleming?
Yeah, I'm as much as I want this commission to work, I'm a no for two reasons. One is what the gentleman spoke of earlier. I know that it's not necessarily a rule suggested, I think, on this time, but I think 4 or 5 of the citizens are from the 2nd ward. And while while the 9th ward is represented, I do think that we need to just do a better job of having more ward representation. Living in one ward and working in another, in my mind, doesn't necessarily mean you're able to represent fairly the ward that you're working in. And then my other concern is one of the members, was paid by the city in another manner. And I think that's the same concern I had with someone else on another board and commission. So I just think we need to be clear about conflict of interest.
Thank you. Alderman Wilson?
Thank you. I support this, and I am appreciative of the, and I'll apologize for the noise in the background, but it's a really good list and it's an interesting list. And while, for example, there isn't a person who lives in the 4th ward, what I was looking for in this representation is, do these individuals have experience in the areas that they're going to be working in? Is it multi-generational? Is it diverse? And are the individuals that are going to be doing this work going to fairly represent my ward and my community as a whole? And I usually look at those two things as the same. I feel like this list does. I think that anytime you compile a list of individuals to do something, it's inevitable that maybe 1 or 2 might make any given one of us feel uncomfortable, whether it's just for lack of knowledge about the person or lack of information or whatever the reasons might be. But I think that what we should be trying to do is to push ourselves. So if we are a little bit uncomfortable, I think that's how we should feel. I think we should be looking at the purpose of this commission, and in looking at the individuals and the qualifications and the experience and the different aspects of diversity, I think that it reflects that a lot of work went into this. You see people working in a wide range of jobs, living in different neighborhoods, and ward boundaries are, I happen to be in one of the most contiguous, as far as generally a rectangle. But I think that the people on this list, I feel very confident that they will fairly represent the community that I represent, and I feel good about this. So I support it.
Thank you, Alderman Nguyen, and then we'll go to Alderman Rainey.
Yes, I do support this list, and I did want to address that concern from one of the speakers that there wasn't someone from the 3rd ward, but I think Alderman Wilson has said what I was going to say, which is that, I do think that if we're going to, sometimes when we strain to find that kind of someone from every ward, you miss choosing someone who might be a better contributor to the committee or the board. So I think checked on all of these people. Some of them I know and have worked with on other committees. But I think that this is as Don said, this is a good list. And I will say, Mayor, when we heard that you had 90 applicants, I will say at Equity and Empowerment, we decided to data mine that list immediately, saying if they were interested in this, then let's look at some of these people for equity and empowerment. So I will support this.
Absolutely, Alderman. To that point, Kimberly Richardson, who helps with committees, is doing that. And we mentioned all these people that we couldn't select that for other openings that we have. We're going to look at them if they're interested. So let's see, Alderman Rainey.
Yes, I agree with both speakers. These people are really qualified, and I was very impressed. I don't know most of them. I know 2 or 3 of them, but the others were just excellent. But I want to know how you decided 1 year, 2 year, 3 year terms.
Yeah, alphabetical.
Really?
That's all I did. I went 1, 2, and 3, and I just took it alphabetically. That's how they were all selected for that. Yep.
Interesting. Okay.
Yay, the W's finally come out on top for once.
There you go. Alderman Fisk.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've been struggling with this a little bit because I do think that representation from all wards really does matter, and I think it enlarges almost in an educational point of view that we have an investment in addressing these issues as a city. And I put in 4 names, and none of my names were picked, but that's okay. I respect the fact that this is the mayor's choice, and but I'm just a little bit disappointed, and I guess I would encourage us to maybe add a few more folks, because I don't think it needs to be quite as small as it is, and it just means that more people can be involved. Now, the folks in my ward who were not selected, I've encouraged them to attend the meetings and participate. I'm assuming there will be citizen comment and an opportunity for everyone to be heard, but it's not the same as having somebody actually in the seat and selected. So that was a little bit difficult for me in conversations that I had with folks who are very interested in applying.
Let's see, Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Thank you. So I agree with the comments that it's a great list, and I'm confident that they all will represent fairly, but it's not a fair representation of the city. And I think I have said on multiple occasions that we should have some process. I know that others on council has talked about having a process, a system, a mandate on how many from each ward or what background we have on these committees. So I'm concerned. I know that I have one very strong recommendation, a voice that I think would be valuable in this committee. And I think we could have maybe even taken more time. It's difficult because this is a good list, but we're certainly going to get concerns and pushback from the community on some areas not being represented. So I would like to ask, would you be open to adding more to this list? Is there any reason, is there any policy that says it has to be whatever this number is?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I don't know. Somebody jumped in and said something.
I think Kimberly said yes.
Yes. Well, okay. So where I was going to go is, so how we got here is that, if you all remember, we had before this, we had an organization or a commission called CPAC. And we then had a task force that went out there and looked at our entire complaint process. They looked at how CPAC was organized, and they looked at other municipalities around the country, and they came back and gave us a report. And that was to the whole city council. And that report said You should have 9 members of this board, which is typical for lots of our other boards in terms of 9. And I do think as these get larger and larger, they can get a little unwieldy. I talked to, because I was concerned about, does somebody need to represent every single ward? That's unusual. We don't have that, to my knowledge, on any of these other committees here in the city. And the old one did have that here for the old CPAC. And the committee report itself, and I talked to the chair, who was Matthew Mitchell, said CPAC or the Citizen Police Complaint Assessment Committee, which was this task force, specifically did not recommend that the new civilian police commission have members that need to be representing each individual ward. Rather, the recommendation was, and this is quote from their report, strong consideration should be given to applicants' character and experience rather than specific professional education or residency in a given ward. There should be an emphasis on creating a board representing the diversity of the community. SCPE-CAC, so this task force specifically discussed whether each ward should have representation and chose to not restrict the process in that way. I do see how people could read, and a couple of folks of the public comment who I've gone back and forth with and some emails as well, read and said, no, the ordinance is clear. They have to be from all wards. So I could see how that misunderstanding could be, but again, you read the report here. So I don't know. To me, I think it's a good group of people. It was a tough decision. Let me tell you. I mean, lots of people, met all the criteria that we were looking for. It's never easy putting all these boards together sort of from scratch. But Alderman Wilson, do you have something?
No, I wasn't done with my comment. Okay. I didn't read their bios completely, but is one of these appointments a member of Citizen Network of Protection?
No.
Just seems appropriate based on how committed and how long they've been paying attention to this matter, that we would have one of them represented on this committee.
Yeah, I didn't get them there. But Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you. In looking through the list, I would agree. I know probably maybe 4 folks, and I think it's a very diverse list. And maybe just as a point of information, so this committee makes a recommendation to Human Services that Alderman, Ravel, Simmons, Fisk, and Fleming. And so for the members of the public that are still on, when we get a complaint from anywhere, 9 times out of 10, and I may be overreacting, that it's probably someone coming from either the 2nd, 5th, probably the 9th, wherever you have a concentration of Black folks. And I don't want to make that blanket statement, but that's just the reality. So before I even see this complaint, I've already heard from a resident if they've had a negative interaction with the police. So they make a recommendation to Human Services. That's going to be a public meeting. Human Services then has an opportunity to review it. That's another public meeting. And then it still comes to City Council for final approval. So that's the process that we're going through. And that process really hasn't changed. So I guess a little bit surprised. No, I take that back. I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't be surprised with the interest, but the process has always been the same, where at the end of the day, it's going to come to Human Services and all this information is public. So with all due respect to the other wards, I mean, just like any other committee, this thing is going to rotate. Doug Whitmore, who's a resident of the 5th Ward, who's lived there forever, a former state trooper, Clarence Weaver, who owns a business, Janitha Shambian, attorney, Nico Ross, relative to Alderman Holmes. I mean, in 1 year, this list is going to rotate. folks. So I see no reason to hold it up. And I would encourage anyone who wants to get involved to hopefully find another committee. And if you want to email me, I can give you a list of them if your concern is having an impact on the Black community.
Alderman Wilson, do you have anything?
Alderman Braithwaite, I think you covered much of what I wanted to, I guess, address. But, you know, the bottom line is that we want to address an impact on a particular population. And I think that this list is tailored towards doing that.
Wait, what did that? Oh, that's Kathy, right? Yeah.
So, I thought he was talking to me. That's one of the things I'm looking at here. So we have a goal that we're trying to achieve, and that's what this list does. You know, I don't have to know personally every single person on this list. I don't expect to know every single person on this list. I don't want to have the usual people that are on every board and commission who volunteers for everything that we see. I want new people who are interested in getting engaged, and I want people who are committed to accomplishing these goals. And it seems like this group really fits that. And I hope we can support this. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this list. And as Alderman Braithwaite pointed out, every year new people are going to come in, and that's going to be an opportunity for a lot of people to participate.
Every year.
All right, Alderman Fisk.
Well, I want to pick up on Alderman Ruth Simmons' comment and her question to you, Mr. Mayor. You had sent us an email asking at some point for us to make suggestions for folks to serve on the committee, and I took that seriously and went out and talked to people that I thought would be not only interested but qualified, and encouraged them to apply, and they did. And then, of course, they didn't get it and were wondering why. So I don't know. Maybe we want to rethink that a little bit, because that left, at least me, in kind of a difficult position. But to repeat Alderman Ruth Simmons' question, is there any room in here for an additional 2 or 3 members on the committee, or are you really?
What I would suggest, I mean, it's not really, in my opinion, it's not really my decision in terms of the size. It's all of our decisions. It's a rules committee item that would have to go there that says, hey, we want to consider changing the size of different committees. And so that's where that happens. The ordinance exists right now and says 9. So my suggestion would be we move forward with a vote on these 9, and then somebody can refer, if they want, to the rules committee, a discussion about whether we revise this ordinance, or to increase the size, or to put a specific requirement that there has to be 1 representative from each ward. Resides in the ward, doesn't work in the ward, whatever you want to do.
Okay, I would feel comfortable with that. I don't know about Alderman Ruth Simmons, but I would feel comfortable about making that referral to the Rules Committee.
So is it right now all committees have a max of 9, or this one is in?
All committees have their own. You're correct. All committees have their own min and max. And it does have an impact on quorum. So I think if you're going to open this up to this committee, then let's open it up to preservation. Let's open it up to zoning. Let's open it up to MWEBE, and then the list goes on. And so I would move that we vote, and then we'll have a discussion at Rules Committee. But not just on this. Open it up to every single one of them.
I mean, I was just asking a question. You seem really agitated, Alderman Braithwaite. I just was trying to understand, right? Like, let's not.
I was speaking more to. I'm sorry. I was speaking. No, Alderman Simmons. I was speaking directly to Alderman Fisk, not to you.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just trying to find a way I can support, because right now I can't. And
I'm trying to do the same.
I asked the question.
I want to move it. I have a lot of respect for everybody that's on this list. I think, as everyone has stated, they would do a fair job. but I'm just uncomfortable with the list. I'm uncomfortable with the process, and I would like to expand it. And I don't know, I don't want to hold up the work, but I'm stuck. So, I mean, I guess you have your votes either way it goes, but.
Alderman Nguyen. Alderman Nguyen?
Yes. I understand the concerns of Alderman Fisk and Alderman Ruth Simmons. I would say that getting to occasionally we've had a committee above the size of 9, then you have to jump to 11 if you do that. And, that I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I do think that 9 seems to be a very good working committee number over time. If we just look at our committees that have that number of people on it, I think if you drop it lower, then you have quorum issues. If you go higher, then it gets a little unwieldy. That's just my view on committee size. I do think we should discuss this more at rules. With respect to Alderman Fisk, I think I realize that this might have put you in an awkward position with some of your constituents, but my understanding is 90 people applied. So, I think that for those 4, the response would be we had 90 applicants. And I think that's probably more than we've ever had, even for our the Climate Action Committee, which also was just, it also overflowed with, that list overflowed with really talented people. So I think I see Alderman Rainey's hands up, but I think we should vote on this and then discuss it more at rules, because we do want to have this in place. I think we're going to get stuck trying to decide, should it be 2 more people, or I don't think it should be any more than 11. I mean, then you're really talking about a really difficult size committee.
Thank you, Alderman Rainey.
I'm going to argue that we leave it at 9, and here's why. Because right now at 9, in 1 year, 3 people will be replaced. In 2 years, 6 people will be replaced, because the 3 that are serving 1 year will again be replaced. The 3 that are serving for 2 years will be replaced. In 3 years, all of the committee will be replaced. So if you add more people, you're going to have enormous numbers of people being replaced, and you don't really want that. So I would suggest we leave it at this and make sure that you get a waiting list developed so that in 1 year, 3 new people will be placed on the board, and then in another year, 6 new people will be on the board. But to not have a quorum on something as important as deciding these kinds of decisions that this committee is going to make is really, would be really unfortunate. So you want to have a quorum, and more than 9 people is hard to get a quorum, especially with people like this who aren't the same old that we recycle through all sorts of committees. We don't know how these people are going to serve. We're hoping that they'll do well, but
just
anyway,
so
that's fine.
Thank you.
So I keep hearing that these are brand new people, and I don't know everyone's history, but I know at least 2 of them are currently on committees appointed at this time. So I just want to say that because I keep hearing that they're brand new.
Well, I only know 2 people too, so.
Okay. But either way, I guess you said you're confident with your appointments, and we're going to move on.
I mean, it's no different than any other board or commission, right? I mean, we put forward the appointments, and you all have the power to vote on them. So nothing.
But it's not the same, because most committees are either 4 years or 6 years, so it takes a long time to get somebody off. That's
okay. All right. Just so everybody's clear on this, because the way the ordinance, I think, reads that this council adopted, it's you could serve up to 2 terms. So the way that 1, 2, and 3 works is the 1 year means that next year they're up for either reappointment or reappoint somebody else. Whoever the mayor appoints somebody else at that point. Okay. All right. Seeing no more hands up, City Clerk, you take the roll on appointments, the approval of appointments to the Citizen Police Review Commission.
Yes, Mayor, again, I'm sorry. Just based on Alderman Ruth Simmons' comments, is it possibly a clarification from the law department? There's, I believe I've read a rule that you can only serve on one committee at a time. You're not allowed to.
That's correct. If we have somebody on a committee, they're going to have to, and they get onto this committee, they have to be off that other committee.
But wouldn't we have them not be appointed to this committee then if they're on another one?
The only one that I'm aware of is, and I became aware of this sort of late in the process, is Janitha Shambi, who I didn't know, and it wasn't in her application, is on Meepy Weepy. So I talked to her and she said, I really want to be on this committee. I was interested in her for this committee because she is a sole proprietor attorney that does criminal defense and civil defense work, which I think is important. And so she would she would resign from that other committee. That's the only one I'm aware of. Rick Marsh did the temporary committee, but it's not, that's completed its work. That was the compensation committee.
I don't think, just as a quick aside, I mean, given the fact that 90 people applied for this, the likelihood that someone was going to get on and that they would resign from another committee where they're already serving, where we need them, I don't want them to do that. I want them to wait to see if they made this committee, and then we'll say, you're going to have to resign from the other one. And it sounds like they're
take care of that. That's not going to be a problem now.
Right.
So let's move on.
All right. All right. So City Clerk, you take the roll, please.
So then, the committee that Mr. Marsh is on is that one.
That's done. That's done because that was the report today. The compensation committee. That was just like a 4-month committee task force.
Okay. That can be sent back to committee. Just to her point.
No, that is going to the rules committee. In fact, I got to clean something up after. But no, that committee is done. Its work is done. It's disbanded.
Okay. Alderman Suffredin.
No.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
No.
Alderman Fisk.
No.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson. Oh, you're muted, but I think you said aye.
He's muted.
I'm sorry. It says I'm unmuted. Okay, aye.
And then Alderman Ruth Simmons.
No.
Did you call Alderman Braithwaite?
I'm sorry, did I? Alderman Braithwaite, if I did not.
Aye.
All right. So the appointments for the Citizen Police Review Commission passes on a 5-4 vote. All right. We've got to move now to an item that was a special order of business that I did learn that we need to take a vote on. So Kelly, can you just, this is going to be on the special order of business, SP5, which was the report, the compensation report that we're going to be sending to the Rules Committee.
Yes,
Kelly?
it was my mistake. I apologize to the council and to you, Mayor. I thought because this was a special order of business, we could just refer it back, but then I consulted Robert's Rules, and under Robert's Rules, Section 13, we need a motion, a second, and then a vote, majority vote for it to go back to the Rules Committee.
So I move that we send it back to the Rules Committee.
Second.
All right. City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Yes, I certainly can. Alderman Suffredin. Aye. Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
And Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
And Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
All right. So SP5 passes the City Council on 9-0 vote to be referred back to the Rules Committee. And this is the
Mayor Haggerty,
Yes.
So when are we planning on having the next rules committee meeting? Because that wasn't established. Are we going to still have it on the 6th then?
The 6th of July.
Of July?
Can we talk about this offline, or do we have to take care of this right now?
Okay, I just want to make sure because that was not this.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to take care of this before the end. Well, before the new council is seated.
Well, no, there's within the code. There's a 240-day period where this has to be established. I forget. Maybe Ms. Storley, maybe the law department's more appropriate. But there is.
You have a scheduled July 6th rules committee.
This had to just be filed with the council, which I believe it is because it's on tonight's agenda. So I think we've already met that deadline and we're good to go there.
And I will work with the mayor, who is the current chair of Rules Committee, to get that scheduled.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
It says July 6th.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We're now going to move to call of the wards. Alderman.
Let me make one clarification on that, because the original motion was to accept and place on file. We did not accept it and place it on file. It was sent to Rules Committee. So it will, at some point, in order to comply with the code, to be filed with the council, accepted and placed on file by the council. I think that would be the proper.
Okay, so just to cross this T, because it's like, I move that we accept the report and place it on file.
Second.
Clerk, could you take the roll to accept it and place it on file?
Alderman Sufford.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We have a question before that. Alderman Fisk.
I just want to make sure that legally by accepting it, we're not accepting the terms that the compensation committee suggested.
Yeah.
No, let me be clear. You're not accepting the terms. You still have to vote on whether, so this is a recommendation that comes from that committee. The council would then vote on compensation later, but the report has to be filed with the council.
Okay.
Yeah.
By what date? What is the date we're concerned with?
It's like 240 days before the election.
I know, but what is the date? I'm asking, what is the date?
I don't have the exact date, but I believe it was by June 28th.
It's why it went on this agenda. So if we accept and place on file, we've met that rule. And
I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that that's the case.
All right. We had a motion to accept and place on file in a second. Alderman, our city clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Yes. Alderman Sufford.
Aye.
Alderman Ravel.
Aye.
Alderman Rainey.
Aye.
Alderman Fleming.
Aye.
Alderman Fisk.
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite.
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen.
Aye.
Alderman Wilson.
Aye.
Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
All right. So it passed for acceptance and place on file on a 9-0 vote. And it's going to be referred and on the next Rules Committee agenda. All right. Call the wards. Alderman Sufford.
Ward meeting on Monday.
All right. Thank you. Alderman Ravel.
Yes, a reminder about 7th Ward meeting this Thursday at 7 p.m. by Zoom. I invite all of my residents to attend and share their thoughts about what they'd like to see in our next city manager.
Great. Thank you. Alderman Rainey. Alderman Rainey?
No report.
Okay. Alderman Fleming.
No report.
Alderman Fisk.
Thanks. Well, hopefully, knock on wood, we'll enter phase 4 on Friday. And to that end, as I promised my constituents, we're going to have an open air First Ward meeting on Tuesday, June 30th at the Arrington Lagoon at the foot of Church Street. Bring your blankets or folding chairs and come and join us at 7 p.m. There's one agenda item. We're going to talk about the qualities that residents of my ward would like to see in a city manager.
Great.
And we will send the announcements out on Friday just to confirm that we are phase 4. So.
All right. It's a great idea. Outdoor ward meeting. I love it. Alderman Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to make a quick announcement that this coming weekend on the 27th, the last activity to celebrate Juneteenth will be hosted in the second ward, starting at ETHS at 9 a.m. in the parking lot. There is an online registration that you have to do in order to participate, being hosted by, her name is Kimon Hendricks and her organization. And then the next second ward meeting will be the second Thursday in July. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Nguyen.
Yes, no report other than happy 4th of July, and I hope it's a quiet one for all of us.
Yeah, right.
Alderman Wilson.
No report. Thank you.
Alderman Rusimmons.
Thank you. We're going to go back to monthly ward meetings from weeklies, resuming on second Wednesday, so July 8th. And maybe we'll do like Alderman Fisk can have an open air meeting. So I will make sure that I make that announcement. Just a really special thank you to Kimon Hendricks for your leadership and seeing through our first Juneteenth parade virtually. It was fantastic. Thank you to Pastor Monty Dillard and the pastors of the Evanston Own It for a powerful men's walk on yesterday, on Sunday. Congratulations to Deputy Chief Secluti and Wright. I was in Leadership Evanston with Ms. Secluti, so I really have enjoyed working with her. And congratulations to all of the Northwestern graduates. You have persevered through unprecedented times, and congratulations to my favorite NU grad, Bailey Rue. Good job, girl. And then lastly, I want to send condolences and prayers to the family of Jazz Waters. Her services are going to be this Friday at Second Baptist Church. Sending prayers to the family. She was a Fifth Ward resident when she was here in Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. All right, and thank you everybody for turning in. We don't have executive session tonight. So would anyone like to move to adjournment?
Move adjournment.
Move.
All right, City Clerk, could you take the roll to adjourn?
Alderman Sufferton?
Yes.
Alderman Revelle?
Aye.
Alderman Rainey?
Aye.
Alderman Fleming?
Hi.
Alderman Fisk?
Aye.
Alderman Braithwaite?
Aye.
Alderman Nguyen?
Aye.
Alderman Wilson?
Aye.
And Alderman Ruth Simmons.
Aye.
All right, thank you, Clerk, and thank you, everybody. On a 9-0 vote, the Evanston City Council is adjourned. We will see you at our next meeting on Monday, July 13th. Thank you.
Thank you.